Good morning and welcome to 10 News Weekend. I am Sam Perez, and with me is meteorologist Julia Quady. Tennessee and Kentucky are both under a state of emergency right now as we brace for snow, sleet, and freezing rain. And Julia joins me now. Julia, I know that you've been tracking all day and you are continuing to track it. However, right now conditions are dry across our area.
Yes, they are. Right now, conditions are fairly dry. We're not really seeing any impacts from the system just quite yet, other than really cold temperatures as you head outside your door. As we take a look at satellite radar, like you mentioned, Sam, just widespread impacts that we're expecting across the southeast, heading towards the mid-Atlantic and the northeast from this system. That's going to drop a lot of freezing rain, a lot of snowfall, and just all types of wintry precip that we can all expect here across the region in the southeast. For us here at home, we're looking at satellite radar, just showing us how right now we could be looking at lots of snowfall in place, but we do have a lot of dry air still across our region, so really just impacting us with just maybe a couple light flurries possible across some communities. We are expecting heading towards maybe around midday into early afternoon. That's going to be the time frame we can expect actually more snowfall and accumulation to really happen in our region here in East Tennessee. Have plenty of winter weather alerts that will be going to effect at 1 o'clock this afternoon, lasting until 7 o'clock in the evening on your Sunday. Winter storm warning along the plateau, ice storm warning for the valley, heading closer towards the higher elevation counties. They're going to be in for a winter weather advisory. Now we have winter weather advisories again for the higher elevations, and like I mentioned, impacts are not only going to be expected for your weekend, they're going to continue into your Monday and Tuesday due to colder temperatures that will be in place. So we could see any potential moisture lead towards refreezing ahead for you for the start of your work week. But of course, to make sure you stay up to date to all the latest weather conditions, you can make sure you download our 10 News app. You can scan the QR code there on your screen. It's going to take you to the App Store where you can have all the latest weather updates, traffic updates, and of course look at our interactive radar. Sam?
All right, Julia, thank you so much. Well, right now all 95 counties in Tennessee are under a state of emergency. All across the state, crews are ready for people who need help. Right now, you can see live road conditions that is out towards Memphis. Sarah Ottman is live this morning in Nashville, checking out conditions there before the storm hits. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Sam. Yeah, we've been seeing flurries fall periodically here. They're coming down right now. I think we were seeing them fall a little bit harder than we've seen all morning, just in a few minutes. But of course, right now they're starting to slow down, but they're coming at us sideways. A little bit of a wind chill this morning. The wind is definitely strong and the flurries are falling towards the wind, and it is cold out here. There are more resources available during the storm, but emergency crews are asking you to stay home, because when you stay home, that helps them do their job more efficiently and get to where they need to go quicker. TDOT crews started pre-treating roads as early as Thursday, and while the storm could start to phase out after this weekend, officials say the impact will likely last until next week. This is because the ice on the roads could refreeze as Arctic air and wind chills will create below freezing temperatures. This is why officials again say for the next few days to please stay indoors.
All right, Sarah, very important information, so thank you so much for that update. We really appreciate it, and we will continue to check in with her. Well, again, Tennessee is under a state of emergency this morning because of the storm. Right now, National Guard members are ready with vehicles and resources for anyone who needs it. TEMA leaders say it's important to stay prepared by having a weather radio, keeping up to date with your local news, signing up for county emergency alerts, and they also recommend creating a plan with your family or your friends to stay in touch. This morning, TDOT crews are ready to go for any snow or ice on the roads. You're looking at photos shared to us by a viewer. This was I-40 at the I-75 interchange. As you can see, plow and salt trucks are ready. Leaders with TDOT tell us they've prepared all week for this weather system. Again, officials are asking you to stay off the roads unless you need to get outside. Leaders with the Tennessee Valley Authority say they are working to make sure you have power this weekend, but they can't rule out the possibility of blackouts. Over the last 2 years, the TVA has added 2,000 megawatts to the system across Tennessee, but demand will be up with temperatures expected to drop below freezing into next week. Officials with the Knoxville Utilities Board say they will send outage notifications directly to customers. If you're not signed up, officials say you can go to the KUB website, click on Manage Account, scroll down to the phone numbers section, and then click Manage Notifications. TVA crews say they will also use 3D mapping to spot any problem areas across Tennessee. By going up in the sky, crews will collect data with a first-of-its-kind technology to build maps. After the storm, crews can compare their scans to see what's changed. This means if there's significant damage after the weekend, crews can respond faster than ever.
So this can identify trees that might have started uprooting due to ice or something like that have come a little closer to the conductor. Things that are imminent threats, things that are likely to cause an immediate outage, so we can respond to those as well.
Officials say by May, crews will have mapped 6,000 miles, which is more than what they could accomplish on foot. Well, now we are sending things over once again to meteorologist Julia Quady. Julia, so far things have been pretty dry here this morning.
Yes, Sam, not much for any impacts just quite yet with this winter system that's going to, of course, give us a lot of issues in our forecast, not even just for this weekend, but leading up to the early start of your work week on your Monday and Tuesday. But right now, things are fairly calm and dry, just cold temperatures right now ranging into those 20s into the lower 30s as well. Looking at our downtown cam over downtown Knoxville, lots of cloud cover in place, just waiting to drop those flurries and wintry precip here in our area over the next few hours as that system starts to pull its way a little bit closer. We can see our temperatures, like I mentioned, ranging into those teens over in the plateau, heading closer to the valley, higher elevations. May be sitting into those upper 20s to lower 30s right now with those current temperatures throughout those parts of East Tennessee. We can see satellite radar is going to paint this picture as if we have widespread snowfall happening across the region. That is not the case. We're seeing some flurries across some neighborhoods and communities at this hour, but not really anything in terms of accumulating snowfall just quite yet. We can expect that as we get a little bit closer towards around the midday, early afternoon hours in our forecast on our Saturday here. But like I mentioned, weather impact alert days are slated not only for your weekend, but for your Monday and Tuesday mornings as well, just due towards all the impacts that we're expected to have to deal with going forward into your early work week from this system's passage. First, of course, for this weekend, expecting wintry mix, sleet, ice accumulation, especially as we start to transition on over into freezing rain later on this afternoon, heading towards the evening hours on our Saturday and kind of lingering a little bit into your overnight on your Sunday. And then we'll have really cold temperatures in place after the system exits our region into your Monday and Tuesday with morning temperatures in the teens and the single digits. So that means any leftover moisture that we may have in the area could potentially refreeze, making any hazardous roadways that we already have to deal with this weekend get prolonged into the early start of your work week there. So that's why we have those weather impact alert days extended beyond for not only our weekend, but again into your early work week, I should say. Taking a look at our winter weather alerts, like I mentioned, winter storm warning in effect for the plateau, heading closer towards the valley. Going to have that ice storm warning in effect over there and heading closer towards the higher elevations. Those counties along that area going to be in store for a winter weather advisory. All those winter weather alerts are really just going to be tied towards the variability that we're going to see in terms of the different types of precip that we're going to see all throughout this upcoming weekend here, and how much we're going to see of those different precip types depending on where you are here in East Tennessee. Taking a look at futurecasts, like I mentioned, starting off with snowfall across the majority of our region as we head closer towards midday into the early afternoon, then transitioning on over into that pink. So it's going to, of course, indicate that mixed precipitation that can include some sleet, freezing rain. It can also include just some ice accumulation that we could see in the area that's going to be truly problematic, especially on our roadways. That's late tonight into your early Sunday morning. Then heading into your Sunday, predominantly at that point, looking at the system, then transitioning and developing into just a widespread rainfall event where we could see anywhere between light to moderate to even heavy periods of rainfall pass throughout across our region all throughout the day on your Sunday. Then maybe after the system starts to push its way out of our region, pushing further on eastward, we could see maybe a couple more light flurries and snowfall that could happen along the higher elevations. So again, impacts primarily that we're concerned about is going to be freezing rain and any accumulation of ice that could really start to gather, especially on our roadways or even just on power lines or any trees, because of course that could cause issues with power outages. And it really doesn't take that much of ice accumulation on any surfaces to quickly cause any issues. All you really need is around 1/10 or even 1/4 of an inch, and you're talking about major issues and hazards in the area. Taking a quick last look at that 7-day forecast. Like I mentioned, weather impact alert day set for us all throughout the weekend into early next week, just because the impacts that we expect to be prolonged or extended just because of refreezing that's possible from those colder temperatures coming in on your Monday and Tuesday. But that's going to be it for now in terms of your forecast. Right now, of course, you can watch live cameras across for the state as the winter storm continues to roll through our area. You can, of course, watch all our streaming on our WBIR Plus app, and of course, we'll be with you throughout the day on all those updates.
Welcome to 10 News Weekend. I'm Sam Perez. Your time now is 10 o'clock this morning. Right now, we are watching all across Tennessee for the latest developments as we are tracking wintry weather. We check in now with Sarah Ottman. She is live in Nashville. And Sarah, can you join us now and tell us what it's looking like out there?
Sam, the snow has officially started to fall here in Nashville. It is coming down pretty hard. It's already starting to accumulate. If you can see,
as you can see, we are having a few technical difficulties. So while we are working to sort that out, you could see for just a brief moment that it is certainly snowy there in Nashville. And here's a look in West Tennessee. The winter storm has already arrived. There you can see the interstate near Memphis. We're taking a live look at I-40 eastbound. Now you can see they are already seeing quite a bit of snow accumulation. And if you look closely, you can see the camera is slightly shaking from the wind. The sign overhead warns of ice, snow, and dangerously low temperatures. The key is to stay off those roads today if you can. Well, several schools across East Tennessee are already planning to close because of weather next week. Blount County schools will be closed Monday, while Roane County, Anderson, Jefferson, Monroe County, and Sweetwater City schools will be out Monday and Tuesday. Middlesboro City schools in Kentucky will meet online both days. We have the full list of closures right now on our website. You can find that at WBIR.com. Well, major airlines are already preparing for disruptions. Delta announced that flights all over the southeast, including Knoxville and Nashville, will be impacted. The warning is set to last through Sunday. So as you can see here on the misery map, there are 364 delayed flights, 316 cancellations. Most of those delays at this moment are coming from the Dallas area. So if that is part of your travel plan, look out for those cancellations and delays. Now, airport leaders do say that you should always check online to make sure your flight is on time before you show up. Well, Nashville, Atlanta, and Knoxville are all going to be affected. We are expecting travel disruptions at all three airports. American Airlines issued travel alerts for dozens of airports. If you look at this map on your screen, you can see airports from New Mexico to Washington, D.C. will be affected. Airport leaders here in Knoxville at McGee-Tyson say they prepare for this kind of weather year-round.
Most airports try to stay open, and we begin treating pavements, monitoring ground temperature, monitoring weather, upstaffing, doing everything we can to keep the airport moving forward in a safe environment.
Officials ask you to check with your airline and your flight status before you arrive at the airport. Now we're checking in on flights set to take off later this morning and today. This is the latest live look at McGee-Tyson's website. So as of right now, there are several flights from American Airlines and United that are already canceled for the day. We will continue to monitor conditions this morning. Emergency crews say they are working with the American Red Cross to open more warming centers across the state if the demand is high enough. In Knoxville, Carm will be open today as a warming center. Yesterday, workers salted the sidewalks and the driveways. Staff say if it's too dangerous to be outside, they will put up their red flag to signal that people can come inside.
We want to keep people alive. We want to keep them alive. We want to keep them safe. And then we want them to know we're available 365 days a year. We have programs ready for you to join in. We have 3 hot meals every single day. But the main point is we want people to be alive.
Officials say they have over 300 beds, and when there's a red flag flying, they will add more. Across the region, Eternal Life Harvest Center and Church Street Warming Center will open tomorrow night. Relaunch is open every night, regardless of the temperature, and they'll stay open through February. You can see a full list of their addresses on our website. Cat buses will offer free rides to centers every night as well. But relaunch workers say they need volunteers who can drive people to cat stops or to the shelters. They're asking for heavy blankets, jackets, and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Carm says it will also accept donations for bedding, clothing, and toiletry items. Well, right now you can watch live cameras from across the state as the winter storm rolls through on our streaming app, WBIR Plus. We will see you back here throughout the day on WBIR Plus. We'll be back in just a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us on WBIR Plus. We are tracking the very latest weather as millions of Tennesseans settle in for snow, freezing rain, and dangerous road conditions. Thank you again for joining us on this Weather Impact Alert Day. I'm Sam Perez. Well, we have team coverage across the state to track this weather as we look for the biggest impacts. Sarah Ottman is live in Nashville this morning and Emily Crabtree in Crossville. But first, we want to check in with meteorologist Julia Quady. Julia, so far we've been seeing it is pretty dry to start off the morning.
Yes, exactly, Sam. Things have been dry for us right now across East Tennessee. We're just now beginning to see a couple more flurry bands push their way throughout portions of our region. But for the most part, Middle Tennessee, Nashville, they're seeing the brunt of this system right now with more snowfall accumulation happening over in that area. For us here at home, we're still, quite frankly, waiting on our turn as we're going to have our own fair share of snow accumulation expected closer towards around the midday hours into the early afternoon. Right now, taking a look at satellite radar, we can see how we do have snow bands in our area. But again, still lots of dry air currently in place, so we're not seeing much for any accumulation at all besides just a few flurries falling into some of our neighborhoods here in the region. We do have a slew of weather alerts that are going to go into effect at 1 o'clock this afternoon and last until 7 o'clock in the evening on your Sunday. First, going to have that winter storm warning for the plateau, ice storm warning that's going to go into effect for portions of the valley. And looking towards counties that are along the higher elevations, going to have a winter weather advisory. And now, just to make note, all these winter weather alerts are all going to be tied towards the different types of precipitation that we're going to see in the forecast over the course of this weekend as the system starts to push its way through into our region. So I think it kind of goes without saying, but of course, as we all know, we are under weather impact alert days, not only for this weekend, but ahead into your Monday and Tuesday morning. Now, again, to why we're expecting that to be the case. First, of course, as we all know, with the system, we're going to see a wintry mix, potential of some sleet, some ice accumulation, especially with that freezing rain that's going to pass its way through into the region later on this afternoon into your overnight hours, carry on over into your Sunday. But because of how cold our temperatures are going to be after the system's passage on our Sunday, leading on to your Monday and Tuesday with temperatures in the teens and then the single digits for your Tuesday morning, there's the potential that any leftover moisture from the system could potentially refreeze, and that will cause a major issue and just really prolong any hazardous driving conditions that we have in place this weekend into the early start of your work week. So again, that's why we have weather impact alert days set for us, not only for your Saturday and Sunday, but ahead for your Monday and Tuesday as well. So looking at your 3-day forecast here, like I mentioned, major impacts expected with the system passage, I should say, coming into our region, especially with those colder temperatures on the back end coming in for your Monday and Tuesday. More details on that full forecast coming up in just a bit. But of course, just to let you know, to stay up to date on the latest weather conditions, you want to make sure that you go ahead and scan the QR code that's going to pop up on your screen in just a moment and download the 10 News app. Of course, when you download it, you're going to be, or at least when you scan the QR code, I should say, you're going to be able to be taken to the App Store to actually download it, where it's going to be free. You'll have access to weather alerts and also traffic updates and all the interactive radars that we have there.
All right, thank you so much for that information, Julia. We appreciate it. And now we are joined live by Emily Crabtree. She joins us from Crossville right now in the car checking on those road conditions. Good morning, Emily. All right, as we can see, we are having a little bit of technical difficulty, but it sounds like Emily's audio is working now. Emily, hi, good morning.
Okay.
All right, we will check in with her in just a little bit. But again, Tennessee is under a state of emergency this morning because of the storm. Right now, National Guard members are ready with vehicles and resources for anyone who needs it. TEMA leaders say it's important to stay prepared by having a weather radio, keeping up to date with your local news, signing up for county emergency alerts, and they also recommend creating a plan with your family or your friends to stay in touch. This morning, TDOT crews are ready to go for any snow or ice on the roads. If you're looking right now, you are looking at photos shared to us by a viewer. This was at the I-40, I-75 interchange. As you can see, plow and salt trucks are ready this morning. Leaders with TDOT tell us they've prepared all week for this weather system. Again, officials are asking you to stay off the roads unless necessary. Leaders with the Tennessee Valley Authority say they are working to make sure you have power this weekend, but they can't rule out the possibility of blackouts. Over the last 2 years, the TVA has added 2,000 megawatts to the system across Tennessee, but demand will be up with temperatures expected to drop below freezing into next week. Officials with the Knoxville Utilities Board say they will send outage notifications directly to customers. If you are not signed up, officials say you can go to the KUB website. If you go there, click on Manage Account, scroll down to the phone numbers section, and then click Manage Notifications. TVA crews say they will also use 3D mapping to spot any problem areas across Tennessee. By going up in the sky, crews will collect data with a first-of-its-kind technology to build maps. And then after the storm, crews can compare their scans to see what's changed. This means if there is significant damage after the weekend, crews can respond faster than ever.
So this can identify trees that might have started uprooting due to ice or something like that have come a little closer to the conductor. Things that are imminent threats, things that are likely to cause an immediate outage, so we can respond to those as well.
Officials say by May, crews will have mapped 6,000 miles, which is more than what they could accomplish on foot. Well, right now we are watching all across Tennessee for the latest developments, and we check in now with Sarah Ottman. She is live in Nashville. Sarah, man, that snow is falling.
Sam, it is falling. It's been falling for a minute now. It's accumulating here in Nashville. You can see here on the ground just how much snow has fallen. It is coating tables. The roads don't even look like roads anymore. It is slick as well, I will say. We've seen some people fall. I myself have slipped a couple of times, but it's coming down thick. It's hard to really say what the texture is of the snow because it's changing. I'll say it's changing directions and it's changing in thickness of the snowflakes. Right now they're kind of thick and fluffy, but just a few minutes ago we saw some smaller ones roll through and they were making more of a pelting sound, so maybe more of that sleet, maybe a little bit more frozen than this snow that we're seeing right now. I did speak with Nashville TDOT earlier this morning. They gave us the same update I'm sure that you've heard a million times from TDOTs in the Knoxville area to stay off the roads. And we can say it right now. It's like out here. I can only imagine what it's like when you're driving on the roads. and it's happening really quickly. So if you can stay off the roads, definitely stay off the roads. They say that Nashville is expecting for that ice to come through, and when that happens, it'll coat those tree branches, and those can fall on the roads as well as the power lines. And when it comes to the power lines, they can't immediately clear those because they have to make sure that it's safe for those crews with electricity being involved in that. So best bet is to stay off the roads. You can see we're still seeing a lot of people going on their runs, which I am rather impressed by, but if I were them, I would probably get home, get a little bit more cozy. Right now it's just snow, but it could be ice eventually, like we did mention before. But yeah, that's really all the updates we're seeing here in Nashville. The snow is just it's continuing to fall, and it's been pretty persistent for about an hour or so now. But we'll continue to give you updates throughout the rest of the show today and into the weekend. For now, Sam, I'll send it back to you.
Wow, Sarah, thank you so much. People walking their dogs, going on runs. Man, I'm impressed. But yeah, as you heard, stay inside today, folks, if you can. Well, several schools across East Tennessee are already planning to close because of weather next week. Blount County schools will be closed on Monday, while Roane County, Anderson, Jefferson, Monroe County, and Sweetwater City schools will be out Monday and Tuesday. Middlesboro City schools in Kentucky will meet online both days. We also have a full list of closures running right now up on our website, so you can go there, WBIR.com, to see that full list. Well, now we're going to show you a live look at some of the roads. So this is a look at I-40 just west of Jackson, and as you can see, those roads there already snowy. As you heard Sarah mention, it is going to be slick out there, so stay inside if you can. That is the motto of the day. There you can see that snowplow is trying to clear some of that accumulation. Well, now we're going to show you the east side of Memphis, where I-40 and I-240 and Sam Cooper Parkway all merge. Again, another snowy scene this morning. So again, if you are able to stay off the roads, that is what officials are asking you to do. Well, now we are going to check in once again with our reporter, Emily Crabtree. She joins us from Crossville. She's in the car checking on those road conditions. Emily, how's it going this morning?
Hey, Sam. Yeah, we are live here in Crossville. We actually have a camera set up so that we can show you the roads as we're driving through them. We are actually driving just on Highway 70 right now, looking at the conditions so far. It's had a little bit of a slow start with the snow this morning. We are starting to see it pick up. It kind of picks up and then it goes back. It lightens back up and then it picks up again. Right now we're seeing it pick up again a little bit. It's hard to see on this camera just because there is so much snow on the roads currently. So we are breaking our little rule that we have been talking about all morning of staying off the roads. We're checking on them for you. As you can see, this road right in here is still, it's not a super travel road as it is closed due to some construction down the way. But there are some of the roads that are coming up that have been cleared. They are salted and everything like that. But as you can see, it is starting to get a little dangerous if you were to head out on the road. So it probably is best to just stay inside, especially because it is really chilly. We're going to bring you back to talk with me a little bit here. When we got up to come out and start driving around this morning, it was around 19 degrees here in Crossville. So as the morning goes on, the snow will probably pick up. We're seeing a mix of snow, and we're trying to decide if it's snow or sleet. It's a little bit pellety at some points, but then it's definitely a snowflake at other points. So right now we're seeing some snow, and we are going to continue to show you. Here's a little bit. We're coming up to an intersection here. As you can see, it's kind of bright. Might need to just a little bit to see if we can see that, but there are some cars on the road this morning. There we go. The road is clearly a little bit more evened out on spaces where people are driving through, but right in here on these roads that aren't as highly traveled, it definitely is a little dicey. So Sam, we're gonna send things back to you guys in the studio. We're gonna keep driving around Crossville, just keeping an eye on those roads conditions, and we'll update you as time goes on. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you so much. Be safe out there. Well, major airlines are already preparing for disruptions. Delta announced flights all across the Southeast, including Knoxville and Nashville, will be impacted. The warning is set to last through Sunday. Right now, we're going to take a live look at all the delays and cancellations across the country. So as you can see, that is a look at the map right now. According to FlightAware's Misery map, over 300 flights are canceled and close to 370 flights are delayed. American Airlines also issued travel alerts for dozens of airports. Now look at your screen right now. You can see a map which shows airports from New Mexico to Washington, D.C. will be affected. Nashville, Knoxville, and the Atlanta airport Airport are all on alert for travel disruptions throughout the weekend. Airport leaders at McGee-Tyson say they are preparing, or they do prepare for this kind of weather year-round.
Most airports try to stay open, and we begin treating pavements, monitoring ground temperature, monitoring weather, upstaffing, doing everything we can to keep the airport moving forward in a safe environment.
Officials ask you to check with your airline and to check on your flight status before you arrive at the airport. And now we are checking on flights set to take off later this morning and today. And Julia, we did check them. We know there's already a lot of cancellations at McGee-Tyson. So definitely, again, reminder to check there before you head to the airport. But now we're going to check with you on our forecast. It's still pretty dry, at least here in the Knoxville area.
Yes, it's still dry right now. We're starting to see a couple more sightings of some flurries now beginning to push their way through about some portions of our area here. But primarily the leading edge of that system has just now really approached the Middle Tennessee area, as we saw, of course, with Sarah's live shot earlier, where they are just getting hit by waves of now snowfall accumulation over in that area. We're still waiting on our turn to see some snowfall accumulation happen in our area, but again, primarily just seeing dry conditions and a couple flurries here and there across some of our neighborhoods. Temperatures right now sitting into those low 30s across the majority of our neighborhoods here, especially along the valley and closer towards the higher elevations. A bit colder if you're stepping back into the plateau, where you're going to see temperatures mostly standing into those teens, especially over in Crossville, Jamestown, and Huntsville, all sitting at 19 degrees there respectively. Also with feel like temperatures in the single digits over in Jamestown, as we all are dealing with a decent breeze coming in from the northeast, at least around 10 to 15 miles an hour. Looking at satellite and radar, it's going to indicate that we have snowfall in the higher levels of the atmosphere, but we still have some dry air, not quite saturated just yet, to allow some of that snowfall to begin to really fall to the surface and then later accumulate. Right now, again, like I mentioned, just a few flurry sightings for us as we head out the door early this morning. Taking a look at our, of course, wintry weather that we're expecting all throughout the area from the system to last all throughout this upcoming weekend here. So we have weather impact alert day set for this weekend and to continue ahead for your Monday and Tuesday, just due to the concerns of what this added cold air that's going to push its way into the region on your Monday and Tuesday could mean for a bit of a prolonged period of some hazardous driving conditions that we could expect in the area. But first and foremost, with the system slowly approaching, we're first going to see, of course, some snowfall, wintry mix, sleet, and potentially some ice accumulation that's really going to prove to be the biggest concern that we'll have, especially in terms of making for treacherous or precarious roadways. And keeping that in mind, due towards our temperatures that will be falling into the teens ahead for our Monday morning, then the single digits on your Tuesday morning, especially if we have any of that moisture that could linger on any surfaces, and particularly those roadways that could refreeze. And that's why that leads us to make the decision for Monday and Tuesday to also be weather impact alert days, just due to the possibility of that refreeze potential that could just prolong again those more treacherous or dangerous roadways ahead for us into the early start of your work week. Looking at our winter weather alerts that we have in place for today that will go into effect at 1 o'clock this afternoon and will stay in place until 7 o'clock in the evening on your Sunday. First, that winter storm warning for our plateau communities heading closer towards the valley, got that ice storm warning, and looking towards the higher elevation counties or the counties that are nearby that area will have a winter weather advisory. All those weather alerts are in place just due toward the different type of rounds of precipitation we're going to have in the forecast all throughout our weekend, and how much accumulation of those different rounds of precip we're going to see across the area as well. Taking a look at futurecasts, we can see how we're going to have the first wave of the system offer us again snowfall that's going to primarily begin and really kick off as we head closer towards midday into the early afternoon. Then that same snowfall is going to begin to develop into that pink shade, so it's going to mean for mixed precipitation. That's what we're going to see, potentially that freezing rain, also that ice accumulation that's going to be possible across parts of East Tennessee. And then we'll have another switch over, another transition here as we head into your Sunday with the same system then developing into a widespread rainfall event that's going to give us different periods of maybe some minor to moderate to even heavy periods of rain possible all throughout your Sunday. And like I mentioned, cool drop of our temperatures on your Monday and Tuesday. So that's why any of that moisture that we see linger in our area, especially from the rainfall that's going to be widespread in nature on your Sunday, could refreeze and cause an issue of prolonged dangerous conditions on those roadways. But taking a bit of a more closer focus on those precip types and totals that we expect throughout this winter storm event that's going to be impacting us here in East Tennessee, focusing first on the plateau, particularly the northernmost portions of the plateau there. So it's going to include Jamestown, Huntsville, and La Follette. That area leading up north towards our neighbors in Kentucky as well. we'll be most likely witnessing more of the heaviest mix of some snowfall accumulation, around 3 to 6 inches possible. Also looking at a little bit over close to 1/10 of an inch, I should say, of potential ice accumulation. Looking at the valley, that's where we're expecting more of ice accumulation being primarily our issue, with lower snowfall totals expected, maybe around 1 inch to 3 inches at best. But right now models are suggesting we can really mostly anticipate, at least here in Knoxville proper, more so of 1 inch of accumulation from snowfall, and maybe looking at anywhere between 1/10 to even 1/2 inch in terms of ice accumulation. And then looking at the green shade there on your screen, that's going to be over closer to the higher elevations. They're also going to be anticipating some wintry precip, but less snowfall totals and snowfall accumulation, and also anticipating around 1/4 an inch or to 1/2 inch of snowfall, or excuse me, I should say ice accumulation rather, over in those parts of East Tennessee. But to really put into perspective of what it means to have freezing rain or ice accumulation, how quickly it can become a dangerous situation, if we're looking at the scenario, if we're dealing with up to 1/10 of an inch of freezing rain, that just means some glaze spots are possible, maybe a couple slick spots here and there on those roadways, minor impacts, especially for elevated surfaces. So we're talking about maybe overpasses and bridges. But when we're talking about a situation, if we're getting closer towards 1/4 of an inch of ice, we're going to see more likelihood of getting some black ice on some roadways. And of course, just to note, as we all know, that's more difficult to see because it's going to match with the pavement on the roadways. Also, of course, making it more difficult or more hazardous and dangerous to travel. That's also where you're talking about the potential for minor tree damage, and that can easily equal towards isolated power outages. Now, if we're talking about more than 1/2 inch of freezing rain, that is more significant impacts. Of course, we're already talking about not traveling in these type of weather conditions already, but as you can imagine, if we're talking about 1/2 inch, it is a completely serious situation that you definitely have to make sure that you're erring on the side of caution for any roadway travel, especially ahead for us into your Monday and Tuesday. But bar none, at least looking at this weekend, if you can spend some time at home and just hunker down indoors as the system passes through, I highly suggest you do that, as all of us, of course, have been saying throughout the stream and throughout our newscast this morning. Looking at your 7-day forecast, like I mentioned, weather impact alert days set for us not only this weekend, but into your Monday and Tuesday, because of those colder temperatures and the potential refreeze of any of that moisture that's going to be left on over in any surfaces, and certainly those roadways. We'll see conditions start to improve a bit heading towards the midweek, but then we will be tracking yet another system that could offer more wintry precip in the forecast. But let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the now and make sure you just stay indoors for as the system passes and rolls on through. Sam?
All right, that is a really good reminder. Thank you so much, Julia. Well, right now we are joined by another live crew. Olivia Daigle joins us right now from Williamsburg, Kentucky. Now, Olivia, I see you're all bundled up. I know it's cold out there. What are you seeing?
Hey Sam, yeah, we are in Whitley County, the southern part of eastern Kentucky, right over on the border of the Tennessee-Kentucky line. And as we were driving to our live location spot, which is actually at the University of the Cumberlands, we did see a couple of snow flurries, and they were very little. However, we are not seeing any big impacts right now to the roadways, and we haven't been seeing any impacts as far as it accumulating on the ground. Now, we're situated right here along I-75, and I'm going to step out of the way just so you can get a little bit of a snapshot of what the northern stretch of I-75 here in this area looks like. And as you're seeing, we're not really seeing any big road impacts right now. Cars are going at the normal speed that we would expect them to go. We do know that crews in Kentucky and Tennessee have been treating I-75 with that mixture of salt, brine, and all of that good stuff. So we do know that we are not seeing any major impacts right now. However, we are waiting to see what impacts could look like as far as snow accumulation, as our meteorologists have been telling us. In this part of Kentucky, we are expecting the potential of some snow accumulation. And another thing that we'll be watching out here is what the road conditions look like and what the temperature of the road looks like. And to just kind of give you an idea, I actually have a temperature gun here. I'm going to show you what the temperature of this parking lot looks like right now. So I'll step out of the way. Right here on the sidewalk, we are looking at 30 degrees. So we are definitely, if there is some precipitation, we do know that there's a potential that it could freeze here. And on the pavement, I'll see if I can scoot out a little bit that way. 32. So actually a little above freezing. That might be due to some salt or anything like that. And we also know that the pavement is dark, so it's a little bit warmer. Again, we're going to be watching to see what precipitation impacts look like here on the roads and on the different areas here in Kentucky. But we are going to send things back to you, Sam. Again, we checked the temperature. It is 21 degrees out here, so that same message of staying inside and staying bundled up. As you can see, I'm all bundled up here. It's going to be very important if you do have to get outside. But again, we know that we are telling everyone to stay inside, stay put, get cozy. It's going to be a long weekend.
Really good advice, Olivia. Thank you so much. Get in your car and warm up. We appreciate that update. And you heard Olivia talking about those live road conditions, so we do want to check in again with Emily Crabtree. She is on I-40 near the Plateau. She joins us now from Crossville. Emily, what are you seeing?
Well, that was unfortunately. Oh, it's 32 degrees.
All right. Now, as you could see, she is having a little bit of audio issue, but I'm taking a look at her camera right now, and it does look like those roads there on I-40 are clear. We'll check back in with her in a little bit, but right now we're checking in with Sarah Ottman. Again, she joins us live from Nashville, and as you can see, that snow is certainly falling out there. Sarah, what's it looking like?
Sam, it is coming down pretty heavily this morning. We've been out here all morning in Nashville, and this is the hardest we've seen it come down since we've been out here. It is accumulating on the ground. It's very slick, and I think maybe less than an inch. You can see on these tables here. We'll get a little bit closer and show you. I'd say about less than an inch, but if you can look at that, it is a lot of snow. It is pretty powdery snow. It has been changing textures. Right now it's fluffy. It's falling from all different directions. We've had some wind, pretty strong winds throughout the mornings. So earlier it was all moving in one direction. Now it's kind of falling in every direction. It has been pretty empty as far as the streets go. That white blanket is the road, and it is just completely coated. I'm sure it's very slick because we've already been slipping and falling on the sidewalks here. So if you're wanting to get on the roads here in Nashville, I would advise you not to, as well as Nashville TDOT does as well. They're saying to stay off the roads because when you're on the roads, that means that they can't do their job as well because they're trying to get to people who need it. They want to watch out for falling trees, power lines. We're probably not seeing that yet here because it's just the snow. This is probably what people want. Hopefully it stays this way. Not that ice storm that we're expecting in other areas, but Nashville does say that they are ready for ice if that comes our way. They're anticipating it. Then that's the real danger. Once that ice starts coating the roads, it's going to be way more dangerous than this fluffy snow. So we're keeping an eye on changing atmospheric conditions with these snowflakes. Hopefully we continue to have these pretty beautiful fluffy snowflakes, but we'll keep you updated if those conditions change. I'll send it back to you in the studio for now, Sam.
Thank you for that update, Sarah. Definitely fingers crossed. But once again, we are checking in with Emily Crabtree. Now, Emily, I think we have your audio working. So I know you're live on the roads right now on I-40 in the Plateau in Crossville. So can you tell us what those roads are looking like?
Yeah, Sam, so we decided to hop on I-40 driving from Crossville to Crab Orchard just to kind of see what conditions are looking like. I'm going to flip the camera around so you guys can see. This is what we're dealing with. We have a few cars going both directions. There's actually a plow on our left-hand side there, getting ready for the roads to start accumulating maybe a little bit more snow. We are still seeing some of those flurries that we mentioned earlier. Not too crazy. It's just a little bit fluffier, and we're still trying to decide if it's sleet or snow. Haven't really come to that conclusion yet, but we're thinking it's snow. As of right now, I-40, again, pretty clear. This is going towards Crab Orchard from Crossville, and we have just a few people on the roads. Like we mentioned, it's probably best to stay off of the roads during this time, but if you absolutely have to travel, probably should do it now before snow accumulates anymore. We're going to be driving all around the plateau throughout the day, so we'll be continuing to keep you updated on what the road conditions are looking like and how much snow, ice, sleet, freezing rain, whatever might be on the roads is going to accumulate throughout the plateau across the day. So Sam, we will send it back to you. We're going to keep driving here, and hopefully we'll check in with you soon.
All right, Emily, thank you so much. Please be safe on those roads. Well, right now we are
have enough food and groceries to get you through. Be prepared in case there is a loss of electrical power so that you can stay warm. And we would add to that, be very careful with auxiliary systems.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that update. So when it comes to medication, officials with AMR in Knoxville say you need to make sure anyone who is on oxygen needs to contact their supplier to make sure they have enough for several days. You also need to make sure you have enough essentials to last into next week, including those medicines. Now, officials say it is also important to know your neighbors. If you should slip on any ice, they can get to you faster than emergency services might be able to. And also, if you lose power, but your neighbors keep power, you may be able to stay with them for a while so you don't get too cold. So again, if you don't know your neighbors, now's a good time. Well, emergency responders say they will still work during the storm, but it could take them longer to get to you.
Don't get out on the road if you don't have to, because it's dangerous of you having a wreck, and then it's going to make it dangerous for us trying to reach you. We're going to try to get to people, as soon as we can, with the weather being the way it is. And carbon monoxide, you need to have an alarm, carbon monoxide alarm put in your house.
Emergency crews say they're working with the American Red Cross to open more warming centers across the state if the demand is high enough. In Knoxville, Carm will be open today as a warming center. Yesterday, workers salted the sidewalks and the driveways. Staff say if it's too dangerous to be outside, they'll put up their red flag to signal that people can come inside.
We want to keep people alive. We want to keep them alive. We want to keep them safe. And then we want them to know we're available 365 days a year. We have programs ready for you to join in. We have 3 hot meals every single day. But the main point is we want people to be alive.
Officials say they have over 300 beds, and when there's a red flag flying, they will add more. Across the region, Eternal Life Harvest Center and Church Street Warming Center will open tomorrow night. Relaunch is open every night regardless of the temperature, and it'll stay open through February. You can see a full list of their addresses on our website. And CAT buses will offer free rides to centers every night as well. But relaunch workers say they need volunteers who can drive people to CAT stops or to the shelter. They are also asking for heavy blankets, jackets, and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Carm says it will also accept donations for bedding, clothing, and toiletry items. Several schools across East Tennessee are already planning to close because of the weather next week. Blount County schools will be closed on Monday, while Roane County, Anderson, Jefferson, Monroe County, and Sweetwater City schools will be out Monday and Tuesday. Middlesboro City schools in Kentucky will meet online both days. We also have the full list of closures right now up on our website. That's WBIR.com. Well, Julia, you have been busy this morning trying to track all of the weather happening across our area. And I know at least here in Knoxville, really early this morning, we saw a few little tiny flurries, but it's really been pretty dry here.
Yes, it's still pretty quiet for us here in East Tennessee at large. Really just looking at, as Emily was over closer towards the plateau, maybe seeing a little bit of accumulation happening across some of the roadways there. And certainly for Sarah over in Middle Tennessee and Nashville, seeing more significant snowfall accumulation. We're going to get our own fair share of seeing some more of that snow action coming in as we get closer towards around midday into the early afternoon. But for now, starting off with more drier conditions early this morning. Looking at futurecasts, you're going to see it. We're all going to see those snow flurries and snow accumulation that's going to really start to gather, especially in the plateau, and then we'll start to transition on over to that freezing rain. That's going to be a bigger concern for us, especially here in the valley, as we could be looking at anywhere between maybe a quarter, maybe close to half an inch in terms of ice accumulation that could lead to a very dangerous situation very quickly on those roadways. That's why, of course, we're encouraging folks to stay home all throughout this weekend. Looking ahead towards your Sunday, we'll see that system will start to transition on over into widespread rainfall on your Sunday, but then there's still the concern that things could refreeze ahead for us on your Monday and Tuesday morning due to how cold our temperatures are going to fall into the teens on Monday, into the single digits on Tuesday. So weather impact alert days set at least for the next 4 days, Sam.
Good to know, Julia. Thank you so much. And right now, you can watch live cameras from all across the state as the winter storm rolls through on our streaming app, WBIR Plus. We will see you back here all throughout the day. We'll keep checking in on WBIR Plus. We'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us right now on WBIR Plus. We are tracking the very latest weather as millions of Tennesseans settle in for snow, freezing rain, and dangerous road conditions. Thank you again for joining us on this Weather Impact Alert Day. I'm Sam Perez. We have team coverage across the state right now to track the weather and the biggest impacts. Sarah Ottman is live in Nashville this morning and Emily Crabtree in Crossville. But first, we do want to check in with meteorologist Julia Quady. Now, Julia, we're tracking the storm all across Tennessee, but here in East Tennessee, we've been staying pretty dry.
Yeah, for the most part, haven't seen much for any impacts just quite yet as it relates towards the system. We are, of course, going to get them. Right now, just a couple flurries passing on throughout the majority of our neighborhoods, expecting to see a little bit more of that actual precipitation in terms of snowfall that's going to happen here in the area later on, closer towards lunchtime into the early afternoon hours. That's the exact timing we can expect to actually see some snowfall and some true snowfall accumulation. Right now, just a couple flurry sightings here or there. And as we look ahead towards the late afternoon to early evening hours, we'll see that snowfall that's going to be occurring. We'll start to transition on over into some wintry precip, potentially some icing, freezing rain will be possible in this wintry mix across East Tennessee, especially along valley communities. And we'll see that same system then transition again on over into widespread rainfall that's going to last all throughout the majority of your Sunday before that system wraps its way on up, clearing out of our area as we head towards your Sunday night. Maybe a possibility of seeing a couple light flurries and snowfall on the higher elevations late into your Sunday, into your early Monday morning. But for the most part, the system would have wrapped up in our area by that point. So, of course, with these several rounds of different types of precip we expect in the forecast today across East Tennessee, we do have a couple weather alerts that will be going into effect at 1 o'clock this afternoon. First, a winter storm warning for the plateau, ice storm warning for the valley, and getting closer towards counties that are along the higher elevations, they will have a winter weather advisory. All these winter weather alerts are going to be tied towards the different types of precipitation that we're going to see in relation towards the system, and the accumulation amounts that we're going to see vary depending on where you are here in the area throughout East Tennessee. Taking a quick glimpse at that 3-day forecast, we are going to have weather impact alert days throughout this weekend, lasting at least until your Tuesday morning. That's just going to be tied towards the very cold conditions that we're going to have in the forecast, and any leftover moisture that's left from the system's passage on your Sunday in particular could refreeze early on your Monday morning. And because we'll remain well below freezing and have single-digit temperatures on your Tuesday morning, conditions could still be pretty precarious for any early morning commutes for sure. More details coming up in that full forecast in just a few more minutes, though. Sam?
All right, Julia, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And now we are joined by Emily Crabtree. She is in the Crossville area driving around outside to check on the latest road conditions near the plateau. Emily, what's it looking like this morning?
Hey Sam, yeah, we've been kind of driving around just the Cumberland County area. We started in Crossville, made our way up to Crab Orchard, and then are starting to kind of check out more of the back roads, areas that may not be as well traveled. In earlier editions of 10 News, we did look at I-40, and it's doing pretty well, but we have since, I'm going to flip the camera around, come over to Frost Road. We thought it was very fitting to come over here. As you can see, we do have a lot of snow that is starting to come down right now. As we mentioned earlier, there's been kind of a back and forth with light snowfall to heavier snowfall. Right now we're seeing some of that heavier snowfall. It is starting to finally kind of get more accumulated onto the ground in these back road areas. So this is what we mean when we say it was probably the best to stay home for right now, especially if you're not living in an area that's highly traveled, if you're living in smaller neighborhoods, more back road neighborhoods, because this is kind of the conditions that you're seeing in those roads. Now, we do know that TDOT is making their way across I-40 and other roads throughout Tennessee to keep those roads clear for people who absolutely need to travel. But if you are not one of those people, it's probably best that you stay home for right now. As we mentioned, the conditions are starting to pick up a little bit with snow and some of that sleet that we've been going back and forth about throughout our time driving around Cumberland County this morning. And so if you're absolutely not needing to go out, then it's probably best that you just stay home. So Sam, we're going to keep driving around looking at some of these back roads areas, probably get back on I-40 and check things out a little bit later, but for now we'll send things back to you.
All right, Emily, a very important message. Again, stay home if you can. Emily, stay safe out there. We will check in with you later. Thank you. Well, again, Tennessee is under a state of emergency this morning because of the storm. Right now, National Guard members are ready with vehicles and resources for anyone who needs it. TEMA leaders say it is important to stay prepared by having a weather radio, keeping up to date with your local news, signing up for county emergency alerts, and they also recommend creating a plan with your family or your friends to stay in touch. Leaders with the Tennessee Valley Authority say they are working to make sure you have power this weekend, but they can't rule out the possibility of blackouts. Over the last 2 years, the TVA has added 2,000 megawatts to the system across Tennessee, but demand will be up with temperatures expected to drop below freezing into next week. Officials with the Knoxville Utilities Board say they will send outage notifications directly to customers. If you are not signed up, officials say you can go to the KUB website, click on Manage Account, scroll down to the phone number section, and then click Manage Notifications. Well, right now we are watching all across Tennessee for the latest developments, and we check in now with Sarah Ottman. She is live in Nashville. And Sarah, you have been seeing some serious snow this morning.
Sam, that's right. We have been seeing some serious snow. It's accumulating. We're actually still seeing people outside. What are you doing outside this morning?
I'm just taking a quick walk, enjoying the snow before the ice hits. You know, trying to get some last few hours outside.
Yeah. So do you live nearby? Did you drive to this park?
No, I live just a few blocks up in north in Germantown. Sorry, my lips are starting.
It's really cold out here. So have you slipped? Because I almost just slipped walking over here. It's very slick.
I've fortunately not, but knock on wood that I can make it back.
Are you worried at all as this ice rolls through Nashville, maybe potentially later this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I prepared pretty well, but power going out is obviously a risk, and so hoping to avoid that, or if it does go out, just trying to stay warm as long as we can.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I hope you stay warm for the rest of your walk. Thank you for talking with us. Take care. Yeah, Sam, it is really beautiful out here, I will say, in Nashville. This is the kind of snow day I think most people were wanting throughout Tennessee. If you can see, we've got a golden retriever out here playing around. But it may not stay this way. That is the risk. Of course, he mentioned it, the ice. And they are anticipating that. We spoke with Nashville TDOT earlier, and they said they're anticipating ice storms. That's why they're telling people to stay off the roads. And right now, it's still unsafe to be on the roads, even with this fluffy snow conditions that we're seeing here right now. So you want to make sure you're staying home. These people are walking to this park. They're not in their cars driving, thankfully, because it is unsafe and it is beautiful. But watch it from your window, watch it from your backyard. Don't get out on the roads right now here in Nashville. We'll continue to give you updates as we have them. I'll send them back to you in the studio for now, Sam.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. Oh, to be a golden retriever frolicking in the snow, that looks pretty nice. Thank you so much, Sarah. All right, well, now we're going to take a live look outside. This is I-40 just west of Jackson. Now, as you can see, that road is coated in snow. We do know that TDOT crews have been out all across the state, brining and salting those roads in preparation for this winter weather, but still, you want to be safe and avoid those roads if you can. Now we're showing you the east side of Memphis, where I-40 and I-240 and Sam Cooper Parkway all merge. Again, same story there. We are seeing snow on the roadways there out west, so you do want to be careful out on the roads because we know that is coming here to East Tennessee soon. And now we're going to show you new video posted by TDOT. This is showing traffic and what the roads look like across Knoxville. So as you can see, those dry conditions. Now TDOT officials say they will be sharing new videos all throughout the day, and we will be sure to share those with you right here on WBIR+. Again, we know that crews were out early this morning salting and brining the roads in our area to keep you safe. But again, if you can avoid going out on the roads, that is going to be best. And now we are joined by Olivia Digg. She joins us from Williamsburg, Kentucky. And Olivia, conditions are pretty dry for you as well this morning. Is that right?
Hey Sam, yeah, we are here in Williamsburg, Kentucky, Whitley County, and right behind me is I-75 as we're still seeing cars move through the area without really any issues so far. However, now we're starting to see some snow flurries pick up. I don't know if you can see them well in this video that you're seeing right now, but we are starting to see kind of just some nice snow flurries, really. We are tracking the impact of what we're seeing. We're so far not seeing any impacts to the roads, not seeing any snow sticking to the ground. I'm gonna step out of the way just to kind of show you a little bit better view of 75. We haven't, again, seen any impacts. We know that crews in Kentucky as well as Tennessee have been treating those major roads, but we are going to keep you updated as far as what things might look like if they change. Again, really, we're now just starting to see some flurries come down. We're going to continue to watch different types of precipitation that we might see. We know that it is very chilly here in this area. We are bringing you some live coverage from the University of the Cumberlands. That's where I'm right now. And we have seen some students walking about. They are prepared for some snow, but Sam, we're just going to keep tabs on everything right here from Williamsburg, and I'll go ahead and send things back to you.
Right, Olivia, we really appreciate that. Stay bundled up. I know you said it's cold out there. It looks like it. And of course, we'll keep checking in with you. Well, with that winter weather moving in, authorities want to make sure that you stay safe. Newmarket Fire Department is sharing some tips about how to avoid an emergency situation while trying to heat your home.
Just don't use kerosene heaters or any type of heating source inside your garage or inside your house, because that can cause carbon monoxide poison, and it's very odorless and colorless, and you won't be able to know that it's in your house until it's too late.
Authorities also say to use caution if you rely on space heaters in your home. Keep them at least 3 feet away from anything that can burn, including curtains and furniture. They also say do not put them on carpet and don't plug them into anything except the wall outlet. Plus, keep an eye on the heater and turn it off when you go to sleep or if you leave. Emergency crews say they are working with the American Red Cross to open more warming centers across the state if the demand is high enough. In Knoxville, Carm will be open today as a warming center. Yesterday, workers salted the sidewalks and the driveways. Staff say if it's too dangerous to be outside, they'll put up their red flag to signal that people can come inside.
We want to keep people alive. We want to keep them alive. We want to keep them safe. And then we want them to know we're available 365 days a year. We have programs ready for you to join in. We have 3 hot meals every single day. But the main point is we want people to be alive.
Officials say they have over 300 beds, and when there's a red flag flying, they'll add more. Well, across the region, Eternal Life Harvest Center and Church Street Warming Center will open tomorrow night. Relaunch is open every night regardless of the temperature, and they'll stay open through February. You can see a full list of their addresses on our website. That's WBIR.com. And then CAT buses will offer free rides to centers every night as well. Several schools across East Tennessee are already planning to close because of weather next week. Blount County schools will be closed Monday, while Roane County, Anderson, Jefferson, Monroe County, and Sweetwater City schools will be out Monday and Tuesday. Middlesboro City schools in Kentucky will meet online both days. We also have that full list of closures running up on our website right now. We are constantly updating that. You can find the latest there, again, WBIR.com. Well, right now you can watch live cameras from across the state as the winter storm rolls through our area on our streaming app, WBIR Plus. We will see you back here throughout the day, again, on WBIR Plus. Stay safe and stay warm. We'll be back in a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us on WBIR Plus. We are tracking the very latest weather as millions of Tennesseans settle in for snow, freezing rain, and dangerous road conditions. Thanks again for joining us on this Weather Impact Alert Day. I'm Sam Perez. Well, we have team coverage across the state to track the biggest impacts. It's also into Kentucky, and Sarah Ottman is live in Nashville this morning, Emily Crabtree in Crossville. But first, we want to check in with meteorologist Julia Quady. Julia, so far things in East Tennessee are looking pretty dry.
Yes, pretty dry for the most part. We are finally starting to see some flurries really start to pass their way through here in downtown Knoxville. I'll show you that view of our downtown sky cam in just a moment. Right now, taking a look at satellite radar, of course, across East Tennessee at large. Over closer towards the plateau, we're talking Spring City, over in Crossville, Jamestown, Huntsville, have been seeing a little bit more flurry action, and actually over specifically in Crossville, more snowfall accumulation, I should say, already at this moment. But again, for us here in downtown Knoxville, I don't know if you can really take in this view where you can see those flurries coming on through. I saw them just a couple seconds ago. Maybe they're too small to really catch here on camera, but they are happening here at this moment. We're expecting to have a weather impact alert day not only for this weekend, but head into your Monday and Tuesday, all tied towards the impacts that we expect from the system. First, going to have that wintry mix, that sleet, that ice accumulation possible across a lot of parts of East Tennessee. But in particular for your Monday and Tuesday, because our temperatures are going to be so well below freezing, especially by the time you wake up on your Monday morning, we're talking about temperatures in the teens. Over on your Tuesday morning, temperatures in the single digits. So any moisture left over from this system this weekend could potentially refreeze and just prolong those hazardous and precarious road conditions into the early start of your work week. So those are the big major concerns as it relates towards the system in terms of impacts for us here at home. Taking a look at Futurecast, we can see that we will start off with the snow event across East Tennessee throughout this afternoon, then starting to shift on over towards a bit of a mixture of that wintry precip in terms of sleet, freezing rain, all that possible as we head towards the late afternoon to early evening hours. It's going to last at least into overnight for your Sunday, and then we're going to transition on over, I should say, into a widespread rainfall that's going to be a bit of some variation in terms of how heavy that rainfall is going to be at certain times throughout the early morning hours on your Sunday and throughout the day. You'll see periods of some light rainfall, moderate and heavy periods of rain possible as we head into your Sunday. But afterwards, that system's going to wrap its way on up, clear out of our region at that point. So we'll just be looking at more drier air that's going to settle in, but again, really cause an issue in terms of a refreeze that's possible across our roadways and certainly in higher elevations as we head into your Monday and Tuesday. Looking at our precip types and precip totals that we're expecting in the forecast from our event from this system that's going to pass on through today and tomorrow, over closer towards the highermost northern portions of the plateau, we expect maybe a bit of a heavier mix possible of some snowfall, maybe accumulation around 3 to 6 inches, and even for ice, maybe getting close towards around that half an inch mark in terms of ice accumulation from that transition on over into freezing rain that we're going to see later on today. Looking at the valley, that's going to be that lighter purple shade there. We're expecting some mixed precipitation. We could see snowfall accumulation anywhere between 1 inch to 3 inches. Right now, a lot of models, at least here in Knoxville specifically, we could be looking at closer to maybe 1 inch possible for snow accumulation here. But ice, that's why primarily for the valley, we're going to be under that ice storm warning. We are expecting anywhere between maybe 1/4 to up 1/2 inch possible for ice accumulation that's expected over there. Looking at our winter weather alerts, that's going to tie into the different types of winter precipitation we're going to see here in the region and how much we're going to see of it depending on where you are in East Tennessee. That's why over in the plateau, higher snowfall amounts. So you're going to be under that winter storm warning. Areas that are going to be having more higher concerns in terms of higher ice accumulation that's going to be possible. That's the ice storm warning over in the valley, and heading towards the higher elevations, we're going to have that winter weather advisory just due towards those gusty winds, lighter snowfall accumulation, but still going to kind of be somewhat similar to the valley in terms of it's still possible increase of ice accumulation that's going to be in the mix ahead for the higher elevations as well. Look at that 7-day forecast. Like I mentioned, weather impact alert days over the next 4 days into your early Tuesday morning, even after the system passes through late on your Sunday. Again, we are expecting cold temperatures that could prolong these hazardous conditions that we're going to have in the forecast. Sam?
All right, Julia, thank you so much for that update. Well, now we are going to check in with Emily Crabtree. She is driving around over in the plateau in Crossville. Emily, you have been seeing some snowy road conditions this morning.
Yeah, Yeah, Sam, we have, we've kind of started going further away from highways like I-40 and going towards back roads where people actually might live in more rural communities. Right now I'm going to flip the camera around, and this is actually one of those back roads kind of off one of the main roads that we were driving around here in Crossville. And as you can see, still some patchy snow spots. Nothing too incredibly serious right now is kind of what we're seeing, but it's starting to pick up. The snow is definitely starting to come down a bit heavier. I know we talked earlier about how it's been back and forth going from lighter snow to heavier snow. We're definitely seeing bigger flakes now and definitely a lot more snow. We're going to turn onto this main road here in just a second so you can kind of get an idea of what the more highly traveled roads are looking like. Now this is, I believe this is 127 that we're driving on right now, and we can see that there is some spots in the road that are getting a little bit snowy. It's still not too terribly bad right now, but definitely something you want to keep your eyes out for. As you can see, there are just a few people on the road right now. Not too many people are heading out, which is exactly what we were recommending throughout the shows. Now I know that we're kind of breaking our own rule here by driving on this road, but we want to make sure that you can see what kind of weather conditions we're dealing with here. Now we're going to continue driving throughout the rest of the afternoon into later this evening, and we'll be able to continue keeping you updated on what these road conditions are looking like. But Sam, we'll send things back to you right now.
All right, Emily, we'll continue to check in with you. Please be safe out there. Thank you. Well, again, Tennessee is under a state of emergency this morning because of the storm. Right now, National Guard members are ready with vehicles and resources for anyone who needs it. TEMA leaders say it is important to stay prepared by having a weather radio, keeping up to date with your local news, signing up for county emergency alerts, and they also recommend creating a plan with your family or your friends to stay in touch. Leaders with the Tennessee Valley Authority say they are working to make sure you have power this weekend, but they can't rule out the possibility of blackouts. Over the last 2 years, TVA has added 2,000 megawatts to the system across Tennessee, but demand will be up with temperatures expected to drop below freezing into next week. Officials with the Knoxville Utilities Board say they will send outage notifications directly to customers. If you are not signed up, officials say you can go to the KUB website, click on Manage Account, scroll down to the phone numbers section, and then click Manage Notifications. Well, right now we are watching all across Tennessee for the latest updates, and we check in now with Sarah Ottman. She is live in Nashville. Now, Sarah, I know some people were out earlier enjoying the snow. What have you been seeing today?
Sam, we have been seeing a few people out in the snow this morning. As you can see, if you can zoom, if our photographer Jillian can zoom right there, the animals, I think, are enjoying this more than the people right now. We've seen a few groups of huskies, golden retrievers, big dogs frolicking in the snow here at the park, Bicentennial Park here in Nashville. As you can see, the snow is falling. It's falling pretty heavy. It's been consistently falling like this since around 8 a.m. It's piling up here on the ground. I don't know if you can really tell. I can kick a little bit of it to show you. It's powdery, it's fluffy, it's cold out here. We did manage to speak with Nashville Electric earlier today just about the pre-work that they're doing ahead of the potential ice that could be coming in. I know a lot of people here are worried about power outages, and we did speak to them about that. They say that they're prepared.
We have been preparing all week to make sure our system is ready for this, meaning we don't have open maintenance items. So everything is in good a shape as it can be for the weather coming in. As the storm rolls in, we have we've got over 200 crews here in different rotations throughout the weekend to make sure we're ready to respond quickly. So if we were to have an outage, we have crews ready to respond very quickly. For our customers, we do ask just be safe around the infrastructure. If a line is down, assume it's energized and stay 30 feet away.
We also spoke with the Nashville TDOT crews, and they reiterate that information about the power lines. They say if that ice does come down, that'll coat tree branches, potentially falling onto the roads. So definitely stay off the roads if you can. They want to make sure that the crews can get to where they need to go safely and not have to worry about anyone else on the roads, because it's likely that if you drive in these conditions, your car could go off-road and you might need extra help, and they don't need that right now. They need to make sure that people can have their power and can stay safe inside their homes. So that's all the updates we have here right now. now. Hopefully it stays this nice, beautiful, fluffy snow. We don't see that ice storm, but of course we're ready for whatever comes our way. I'll send it back to you in the studio for now, Sam.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much for that update and a really important message. Thank you. Well, as you heard, the officials all throughout our area are asking you to stay off the roads, and it does look like, at least in this area, we can see that there is nobody on the road as of this moment. A live look at I-40 west of Jackson. As you can see, that snow is coating the ground. Again, with these freezing temperatures, definitely could make for slick conditions. So if you're able to stay inside, please do so. Then east side of Memphis, where I-40 and I-240 and Sam Cooper Parkway all merge, that's what you are seeing now. Again, same story. You can see that road is completely coated with snow. So if you do, for whatever reason, need to go out on the roads, please be safe. Try and avoid that if you can. But now we're going to show you a video posted by TDOT showing traffic and what the roads look like across Knoxville. This was just a few minutes ago. TDOT officials say they will be sharing new videos all throughout the day, and we will be sure to share those with you right here on WBIR+. We do know that TDOT crews were out salting and brining the roads starting early this morning in preparation of that winter weather. Well, now we're going to check in with Olivia Diggs. She joins us from Williamsburg, Kentucky. Now, Olivia, when we checked in with you just a little bit ago, about 30 minutes ago, we didn't see any snow on those car windshields behind you, and now your hat and those windshields are covered. What are you seeing?
Hey Sam, yeah, we are in Whitley County, Kentucky along I-75 just north of the Tennessee-Kentucky border, and like you said, we're seeing some more flurries now, and it's coming down pretty good. Around 30 minutes ago, we started seeing some flurries, and now in the last 10 minutes it's really picked up. You can see it even on some of the windshields of the cars. That's where we're going to first start to see it, and it is starting to stick a light dusting kind of on the pavement and on the sidewalks. And we also are live here at the University of the Cumberlands. We've seen some students come in and out of this building. A couple of them have some snacks that they're grabbing, maybe some snow day rations. But the reason that we're here is to kind of show you a snapshot of what I-75 looks like. And I'll step out of the way so you can see just a little bit of a better view of these road conditions. We do know that crews in Kentucky as well as Tennessee have been clearing these roads, making sure that they are salted and brined, and so far, so good. We are seeing pretty normal streams of traffic, not a whole lot of people on the roads, but as you can see, cars are getting to those normal speeds and traveling without really any major interruptions. We're going to continue to check in on these conditions now that we're starting to see the snow kind of pick up here in Whitley County. But Sam, we are going to send things back to you into the studio where it's warm. We're going to probably go hop in the car, warm up a little bit, but continuing to bring you these updates here from Williamsburg.
As you should, Olivia, go crank up that heater. Thank you for that update. Well, with the winter weather moving in, authorities want to make sure that you stay safe. Newmarket Fire Department is sharing some tips about how to avoid an emergency situation while trying to heat your home.
Just don't use kerosene heaters or any type of heating source inside your garage or inside your house, because that can cause carbon monoxide poison, and it's very odorless and colorless, and you won't be able to know that it's in your house until it's too late.
Authorities also say to use caution if you rely on space heaters in your home. Keep them at least 3 feet away from anything that can burn, including curtains and furniture. They also say do not put them on carpet and don't plug them into anything except the wall outlet. Plus, keep an eye on the heater and turn it off if you go to sleep or if you leave. Emergency crews say they are working with the American Red Cross to open more warming centers across the state if the demand is high enough. In Knoxville, Carm will be open today as a warming center. Yesterday, workers salted the sidewalks and the driveways. Staff say if it's too dangerous to be outside, they'll put up their red flag to signal people can come inside.
We want to keep people alive. We want to keep them alive. We want to keep them safe. And then we want them to know we're available 365 days a year. We have programs ready for you to join in. We have 3 hot meals every single day. But the main point is we want people to be alive.
Officials say they have over 300 beds, and when there's a red flag flying, they add more. Across the region, Eternal Life Harvest Center and Church Street Warming Center will open tomorrow night. Relaunch is open every night regardless of the temperature and will stay open through February. You can see a full list of their addresses on our website. That's WBIR.com. Cat buses will offer free rides to centers every night as well. Well, several schools across East Tennessee are already planning to close because of the weather next week. Blount County schools will be closed Monday, while Roane County, Anderson, Jefferson, Monroe County, and Sweetwater City schools will be out Monday and Tuesday. Middlesboro City schools in Kentucky will meet online both days. We also have the full list of closures on our website right now. We are continuously updating that list, so you can find the latest on WBIR.com. Well, now we're going to send things over to McGee Tyson Airport, where Libby Cunningham joins us now. Libby, we know there have been a fair amount of delays and cancellations this morning. What are you seeing right now?
Hey Sam, what is going on? We are here at the airport. Welcome to Knoxville, as the sign says. There have been some delays and cancellations already posted here at the airport, but I have to say, for certain cities, things are currently kind of business as usual. So let's take a look at the sign up here. We're seeing the cancellation in places like Washington, D.C., Houston, Texas, Dallas, Denver, Charlotte. So a lot of places where either the storm is supposed to hit and also places that a lot of McGee Tyson flights connect into before a lot of people get to their final destinations. The airport told us earlier this week, and this is really good advice, if you have the app for your airline, take a look at the app. If you're getting texts from your airline, emails from your airline, if you are flying out today, they will contact you if you need to switch your flight or change your flight. And it's a really good idea to make sure that you do that through the app, through the text, through the email, because wait times on the phone with these airlines are going to be very, very long today. Now, there are still some flights as of now getting out, flights that are heading to places like Florida are still getting out. There are some delayed flights to Atlanta, Chicago, Philadelphia, kind of the big connectors for McGee Tyson Airport. So make sure that you have your app, your text messages, your emails, and see if your airline has contacted you. Another thing to note here at the airport, so the parking garage, the third floor is closed right now for anyone who wants to park there. If your car is parked there now, you can get it out, but you can't park on the third floor as of right now because of the incoming weather. So if you do need to park at the airport, there are some spots available in the garage right now, but you can also go to the C lot. That's going to be their overflow lot that they have the shuttle for. They're going to make sure that they have all of the roads there taken care of no matter what, and the shuttle is going to be running throughout this entire weather event. So we are here at McGee Tyson Airport. Again, cancellations and delays to a lot of the big cities that all of our flights connect to out here. There are still some flights getting out to Florida, but just make sure that you are paying attention to your app, your airline's emails or text messages, so you can figure out what is going on with your trip today. So Sam, we are going to send it back to you in the studio, and we will continue to stay here at the airport to see what's going on and give you guys any updates.
All right, Libby, thank you so much for that update. That's all really good advice. We appreciate it. Well, right now you can watch live cameras from all across the state as the winter storm rolls through our area on our streaming app WBIR+. You can stay right here. We will continue to show you that, and we will be back here all throughout the day. We'll see you in a little bit.
Happy Saturday, everyone. Thank you for joining us on WBIR Plus. We, of course, are tracking the very latest weather. This as millions of Tennesseans settle in for snow, freezing rain, ice, which all can lead to dangerous road conditions. I'm Robin Wilhoit. Once again, thanks for being with us here on this Weather Impact Alert Day. We do want to bring you up to date with all that is playing out in East Tennessee. We have team coverage across the state and into Kentucky as we track the biggest impact across the region. Sarah Ottman live in Nashville this morning or this afternoon, and Emily Crabtree in Crossville. But first, we want to check in with meteorologist Cassie Nall. Cassie, we're in for the long haul here, and we're just now, as far as Knoxville goes, starting to see the effects that we're seeing Nashville has already received and is continuing to get.
That's
Sarah's
right.
got a nice blanket of snow behind her.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait to talk to Sarah and see what's going on there. Emily has also found some roads that are snow covered up in the Crossville area too. Here in Knoxville this morning, the dry air has been winning out so far. A lot of stuff has been showing up on the radar, but we've only been getting occasional snowflakes and some sleet pellets mixed in, and that's kind of what we're seeing across the area right now, although the atmosphere is beginning to saturate and we're starting to see more consistent precipitation actually reaching the ground at this point. So in Knoxville, currently 31 degrees, wind chill is 22, but notice that dew point is still 16 and the humidity is only 54%. That's that drier air that we still have in place, and that may be part of why we're seeing more of the kind of sleet pellets going on, mixing in with some of those snowflakes, just because they're getting dried out and melting a little bit on their way down to the ground. Temperatures vary a lot across our region right now, and that's why we have such a variety of precipitation types. Jamestown and Huntsville are both at 19 degrees right now. Oak Ridge at 28, Athens is down at 32 degrees, and Tellico Plains at 36. Then you factor in the wind, and right now the wind chills up on the plateau are in the single digits and low to mid-teens at this hour. So if you do have to be out today, you're definitely going to want to bundle up. But of course, we're encouraging everyone to stay off the roads because this is what's coming in from the west. Now, I know that our precipitation looks funky when you look at this on the radar. That's because of that dry air, and the radar's kind of trying to understand what's falling from the clouds but not reaching the ground. Meanwhile, over in Nashville, they have had steady to heavy snow. And down in the Southern Valley, what we're seeing with that pinky purple color is actually some pretty decent sleet that's even accumulating in some places. So where we've got that darker blue purple color, that's where we've got the better chance of the snowflakes reaching the ground. In and around the Knox County area, though, and down into Lenore City, we're getting some reports of sleet pellets mixing in with that. And then further down here in the south, Greenback has actually seen some accumulating sleet, and we were also seeing that down near Riceville, which is just south of Athens, along I-75, kind of further down into McMinn County. And all of this is going to continue to develop as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. We'll be talking more about this. Take a look at your futurecast and some conditions around the roads. In fact, let me show you a couple of those as I bridge the gap into our next subject matter here. This is a look at I-40 out near Ozone. So this is just to the east of the Renegade Mountain area and to the west of Rockwood. TDOT actually put a mobile camera command center kind of thing out here so that we can have a view where we don't typically get to see a view. And you can see that's snow that has accumulated on the shoulders and into the median there. But the road itself has been treated. TDOT's working really hard to keep that road nice and clear at this point, and obviously traffic moving along okay. And then this is down in that Riceville camera. That's not snow on the side of the road. That is sleet, tiny little ice pellets. But again, the road doing okay for the treated major interstates around our area right now. I'll send it back to Robin now, as you have a special guest to tell us a little bit more about those roadways this afternoon.
Yeah, I certainly do. That segues perfectly. Thank you so much, Cassie. Yes, joining us now is Trooper Josh Buckner with the Tennessee Highway Patrol. Thank you for taking some time out of your long day to be with us. Let's just get a big picture of what we're seeing right now in our region as far as the roads as it relates to the weather.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So down here in Knox, we're not seeing a lot of snow yet, but we are seeing a little sprinkling all around the city of Knoxville, which one thing that has really impressed me is I know all of the news medias have told the citizens of Tennessee, hey, don't get out on the road. I drive Knoxville pretty much every Saturday, and the roads are always crazy filled with people. But today, they have really listened, and I appreciate that because we seen very few cars out.
And that is so good to hear. You want people to heed the message. While it may not be, as far as Knoxville right now, a situation, it can turn very quickly, no doubt about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about how you, THP, prepares for events like this.
So it's not just us. We have a great team around us, and we provide a lot, but TDOT, our dispatcher. So TDOT has gone out and they have made sure that all the roads are salted. They've done an incredible job of that. I know our dispatch, they have cots at the dispatch centers, because if it comes to it that they can't get home safely, they want to be able to provide a good backbone for us and give us a safety net. So they've been incredible. And the news media putting out all the information has done incredible. We may not get the biggest snow in the world like they have predicted, but if we do, the state of Tennessee is prepared, and we've worked really well together to take care of this.
Trooper Buckner, let's talk about what people need to do. They have heeded the words. They appear to be staying off the roads. If you do have to get on the roads and things turn treacherous, what advice can you share with them if they have to be out?
So if you're out on the roads and you catch yourself in the middle of the snowstorm that's to be coming, if the snow's there, you need to drive slower than you normally do, okay?
Yes.
Drive for the conditions. Not how you normally drive for the conditions. If you are going to use your brakes, you need to tap your brakes. If you slam on your brakes, you're gonna slide, and that's very dangerous. So the other thing is you may be a fantastic driver, and I know a lot of great drivers here in Tennessee, but that fella beside you that may not be good when it's dry out is probably not going to be a great driver if it's snowing. So just think to yourself, hey, if I can stay home today, if I can stay safe, if I can keep off the roads, that's what you need to be doing.
And that is the message we're going to leave on. We do appreciate you being here, sharing your insight with us, and thank you for all that you do.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
We appreciate you. All right, we want to turn now to Emily Crabtree. Last we saw her, she was traversing the roads in Crossville. Let's check and see where she is now. Emily, bring us up to date.
Hi, Robin. Yeah, we are still in Crossville, still looking at these roads out here. We are about to hop onto I-40 to kind of just get an update. We've been on some back roads for the last few hours, so we're going to try and see what's going on with I-40 right now. As you can see, I'm flipping the camera around so everybody can see that. Not too many people out on the roads, which is a good thing, because as we've been driving around, we have noticed the roads getting slicker. They are definitely getting a little more slippery, so if you have to be out there, please be cautious of that, especially if you're in the Crossville area. As you can see, I-40 is still pretty clear right now. TDOT has done a pretty good job of continually going along the roads, making sure that they are clear and plowed and everything like that. We were driving on here earlier and we did see one or two plows going across the road. So we definitely are keeping an eye out for stuff like that. One thing to note is that if you are driving over a bridge or an overpass like we are doing right now, those are going to be the ones that get a little dicey quicker. So definitely be cautious when going over a bridge or an overpass if you have to be out in this weather. As we noted, it's probably not the best idea to be out right now. And so just keep that in mind. If you don't have to be out, don't be out. I know we're kind of breaking our own rules a little bit, but that's because we're showing you what you're going to be dealing with if you do have to go out on these roads. So for now, we're going to keep driving along I-40, just kind of keeping up to date with what we're seeing, and we will continue giving updates throughout the shows. But first, I'm going to send things over to Ellis.
Well, actually, we'll take it back here in the studio. Thank you so much, Emily. Hopefully they can just stay safe on the roads, and that is the message for anyone and everyone who is traveling right now. Tennessee is under a state of emergency this afternoon because of the storm right now. National Guard members are ready with vehicles and resources for anyone who needs it. TEMA leaders say it is so important to stay prepared by having a weather radio, keeping up to date with your local news, signing up for those county emergency alerts. They also recommend creating a plan with your family or your friends to stay in touch. With that now, we do want to check in with Ellis Rold. Ellis, tell us where you're in Crossville. Bring us up to date. It looks like you've got a nice blanket of snow behind you.
Yeah, Robin. Hey, thank you. So I'm in Crossville, like you mentioned, near the intersection of I-40 and Peavine Road. Really, throughout the morning, it's been kind of a fluctuation between really thick, chunky snowflakes, and now we're seeing a little bit smaller ones. They're kind of starting to pelt down a little bit. We do see snow coming out, and actually we can see the sheriff's office driving by Cumberland County. But honestly, quite a lot of people on the roads over here in Crossville. I do have a little prop that I want to use. This is a temperature laser. So we're going to take a look at the temperature of the ground. Okay, Elijah, can you zoom in on that? 30 degrees is the temperature of the ground. So obviously below freezing. We are starting to see, some slushy roads. The snow is sticking a little bit, definitely on the grass. On the roads, it's more turning into kind of a slushy mix. But of course, when things are below freezing, that can start to freeze and turn into ice. So if you are on the roads in Crossville, try to get home. Just enjoy the snow day. Try to be safe. Definitely, quite a lot of people out here. It is a little bit busy along Peavine Road where we are standing and along I-40, but we are starting to see the snowflakes come down, like I said, kind of alternating between those chunkier snowflakes and then kind of some little pellets, almost a little bit turning into sleet over here in Crossville. So we'll continue to keep you updated, Robin. I'll go ahead and send things back to you.
All right, Ellis, you guys stay safe and warm. We do appreciate it. Now we want to go further west. We're going to check in with Sarah Ottman, who is in Nashville, where, Sarah, it's been snowing for a while now there.
Yeah, Robin, that's right. We've been here since about 5 a.m. our time in Nashville, and we started with just some light flurries, and then quickly around 8 a.m. here, it picked up to about what you're seeing right here. It's been consistently falling like this since 8 a.m. And now, if my guesstimation is right, maybe about an inch, maybe an inch and a little bit more of snow that has fallen here in Nashville. We've been lucky. We've been at the farmers market here in Bicentennial State Park, and they offered us shelter. We actually met some really cool people who are here in Nashville. Luckily, they all walked to the park here this afternoon. They didn't drive. The roads here, at least in the park, have been pretty clear. But we did speak with one woman who came to Nashville for her birthday. Unfortunately, she did get snowed in, but she shared a little bit of happiness that she found here today. We'll show you a sneak peek of that.
You've got to have Jenny's on your birthday. You know what? It's kind of fun, and it's prettier than it is back home because it's not as much. And it's not that cold.
Okay, you heard it here, folks. It's not that cold. Everybody calm down.
Are we closed?
We're closed!
Happy birthday.
What a great day.
It's really good.
That was a sweet moment that we met here. Noreen was a highlight of our afternoon here. There are also other people who are walking around the park. Lots of dogs we're seeing here today. I think Nashvillians are pretty excited that we're getting this beautiful fluffy snow. I know people in Knoxville might be a little jealous. This is what everyone was probably hoping for when we first saw those forecasts coming in. Unfortunately, that ice is still a possibility here in Nashville as well. They might be getting the snow and that. We talked to Nashville TDOT crews earlier, and they said they're ready for the ice. They're anticipating it. I also spoke to Nashville Electric, who says they do have concerns about power outages, especially if that ice rolls in. So we'll hope it stays like this fluffy, nice snow, this pretty fun snow, but everybody is prepared for the worst, and they're asking everyone to, of course, stay home and stay off the roads. I'll send it back to you for now, Robin.
I think, yeah, there's some folks here closer to home in East Tennessee who are a little jealous of that snow, but yeah, not the ice that we are assuming could make its way there and here. All right, Sarah, thank you very much. We do appreciate it. Stay warm. And here is new video from TDOT showing traffic and what the roads look like across Knoxville. Not too bad, given the situation is calm right now. TDOT officials say they will be sharing new videos throughout the day. Of course, we will share them right here on WBIR+. And with the winter weather moving in, authorities want to make sure you stay safe. Newmarket Fire Department is sharing some tips on how to avoid an emergency situation while trying to heat your home.
Just don't use kerosene heaters or any type of heating source inside your garage or inside your house, because that can cause carbon monoxide poison, and it's very odorless and colorless, and you won't be able to know that it's in your house until it's too late.
Authorities also say to use caution if you rely on space heaters in your home. Keep them at least 3 feet away from anything that can burn. That includes curtains and furniture. And they also say don't put them on carpet and don't plug them into anything except a wall outlet. Plus, keep an eye on the heater. Turn it off when you go to sleep or you leave the house. Energy crews or emergency crews say they are working with the American Red Cross to open more warming centers across the state if the demand is high enough. Now here in Knoxville, Carm will be open today as a warming center. Yesterday, workers salted the sidewalks and the driveways near Carm. Staff say if it's too dangerous to be outside, they will put up their red flag to signal that people can come inside.
We want to keep people alive. We want to keep them alive. We want to keep them safe. And then we want them to know we're available 365 days a year. We have programs ready for you to join in. We have 3 hot meals every single day. But the main point is we want people to be alive.
Officials say they have more than 300 beds, and when there's a red flag flying, they will add more. Warming centers across Tennessee once again opening up to make sure everyone has a safe, warm place to stay. Let's go beyond Knoxville to Jefferson City. Dandridge Elementary School will be open through Wednesday morning. In Greenville, the Care Center of Greenville, Asbury United Methodist Church, will be open from 8 tonight until 8 tomorrow morning. And then in Blount County, First Baptist Church of Maryville will be open any night that temperatures hit below 25 degrees. In Tazewell, Twin City Baptist Church will be open tonight. The Chestnut Hill Fire Department in Jefferson County will be open from 3 this afternoon until Wednesday morning. And in Hamlin County, the Ministerial Association temporary shelter on West Main Street, it will be open when temperatures are below 32 degrees. It is not a shelter, but they do provide hot meals. We will have a full list of shelters and availability on our website. Just scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to that article on our website with that complete list of shelters. All right, with that, we want to turn our attention now to Libby Cunningham, who is standing by at the McGee-Tyson Airport in Alcoa with the latest there. What are you seeing? I do see some folks making their way to and from behind you.
So, Robin, we are seeing people getting on some flights and things going smoothly right now, but there are cancellations that really kind of reflect the swath of this storm. So we are seeing cancellations to places like Dallas. We are seeing cancellations to Houston, Texas, cancellations in Charlotte, North Carolina, Denver, Colorado, and we are also seeing some delays. So a lot of these are the airports that people connect through at McGee-Tyson to go to a different destination. And the airport officials tell us if you are flying out today, especially later on today, you need to be checking your phone, checking your app, and checking the airline's website to see if your flight is being changed, because chances are it might be. The storm is nationwide. Now, airport officials here in Knoxville, or Alcoa rather, they have been getting the airport ready for any type of winter weather conditions. And here is how they say they are going to be keeping everyone safe.
Yesterday and today, our crews have been busy pre-treating our runways, taxiways, our roadways, and then our sidewalks, because it's one thing if the planes can take off and land, but we want to also make sure that our passengers can safely get into the building with their car and on foot.
Also, they want to make sure that the people who are picking up their loved ones at the airport are safe too. So if you are picking someone up from McGee-Tyson today, or if you are out driving a rideshare service like Lyft or Uber, just please keep your eye on our forecast, keep your eye on McGee-Tyson's website to make sure what the conditions are here and if it is safe for you to be here. So Robin, again, we are seeing cancellations to a lot of major cities. Again, this storm is nationwide. So places like Houston, Dallas, Charlotte, Denver, Colorado, Washington, D.C., flights to those places are canceled now. Now, not all of those flights to those places are canceled. Some are delayed. So make sure you check your airline's website or McGee-Tyson's website if you are flying out today. But we will send it back in there to you, Robin. I'm Libby Cunningham here in Blount County.
All right, Libby, we appreciate it. Thank you for that update. And with that, we want to get another check of your forecast as it is ever changing with meteorologist Cassie Nall. Bring us up to date, Cassie. What are we seeing? It looks like Chattanooga's got a nice layer of ice going.
Ooh, Chattanooga has been rough this morning. They started off with kind of a rain, or I should say snow sleet mix, which then changed to a sleet freezing rain mix. And then they've had some steady freezing rain and now have a coating of ice on everything. So this is one of the cars from one of the local meteorologists down there in the Chattanooga area. Look at the ice. Whoa, I just grew on live streaming here. There's some of the ice you can see coated on the window and on top or on the front of the mirror right here. That is just a thin glaze, but that also is on the roadways, especially the bridges and overpasses. Temperatures have stayed very cool at the surface down in Chattanooga, but in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, there's warm enough air to be melting the snowflakes before they reach the ground. So this is freezing rain. This is liquid that falls from the sky and freezes on contact in an environment that is below freezing. So unfortunately, that's what we're seeing down in the Chattanooga area. Over in Douglas Lake, we're noticing that something is falling here. I think it's more of a sleet snow mix going on. We can see little bits kind of falling on the water there. No accumulation on the deck, or the dock, I should say, just yet. And we can see little snow flurries kind of blowing in front of the camera here. Meanwhile, up on the plateau, it has been a snow event thus far. This is the Tennessee Tech campus over in Cookeville, over in Putnam County, and you can see the grass is covered up here. You've got snow on the roofs of the buildings. Even some of the sidewalks and roadways have a pretty decent coating there, and we saw that with both Ellis and Emily up in Cumberland County, that they've got a decent coating of snow on the ground. So a variety of impacts, and this is exactly what we expected, which is why this forecast is so hard to communicate, because it varies so much across the area. And wait, there's more. Over here in our eastern counties, we actually have a high wind warning for the higher elevations. And down in the lower elevations, because of that breeze, that's actually a warming effect. So our far southern portions and eastern portions of Monroe, Blount, Sevier, Cott counties, you might get a wintry mix at the beginning, but may transition over to rain sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, across the rest of our area, we've got plenty of more moisture to go. This is just the very beginning. Starting to see that more consistent precipitation to the west and down to the south, where we got that purple that's actually accumulating sleet. We can see it on the TDOT cameras on the side of the road down I-75 in McMinn County, and we had a viewer send a picture of some sleet in Greenback as well that's starting to accumulate. So a variety of different precip types around the I-40 corridor. We're more of a snow-sleet mix at this point. Further to the north, it's going to be snow, and up onto the higher elevations of the plateau, it's going to be snow. Tough to tell with the radar in most locations that we're getting that little mix around the Knoxville area, but the further north you go and the darker blue that is the bigger, fatter snowflakes that are just now starting to reach the ground. Meanwhile, we've got that sleet going on down to the south, but these are going to be the areas down into portions of Loudoun, McMinn, Monroe, Ray, and Meigs counties that are going to be the first ones to feel that milder air coming up from the south, and that's going to eventually transition those sleet pellets over to liquid and freezing rain, and that glaze of ice that I showed you down in Chattanooga might start to accumulate down in these areas over the next several hours. So Southern Valley, you're the ones that really need to be paying attention, because you're the ones that are going to feel the impacts from that potential ice soonest as we go throughout the afternoon, especially if these precip rates kind of pick up a little more, which is exactly what they're expected to do. Notice how this fills in as we go through the rest of the afternoon. This is what 5 p.m. looks like. There's our wintry mix. There's probably freezing rain in here too. I think sometimes our system tries to show green when it means freezing rain, not just rain reaching the ground. And notice how right up near the Kentucky-Tennessee state line, we're still all snow at this point. But as that milder air comes up from the south, later tonight, now we've still got ice going on the plateau, but maybe starting to get more above freezing down in the Southern Valley, and we might get rid of the ice and transition over to rain, which is expected to happen overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. Depending on how much ice accumulates, the roads might actually improve as we go throughout the night if we transition over to rain, especially for areas south of I-40. Notice the yellows and oranges here? That's moderate to at times heavy rain. We could have 1.5 to 2 inches of rainfall during the day on Sunday. But notice up to the north, we still had that wintry mix on Sunday morning. So again, cannot stress enough. What you're seeing in your location may be different than what I'm seeing on the radar and seeing on the Futurecast. So just really got to pay attention to your own roads and make the decisions about whether it's safe for you to go out or not. We keep that rain going through Sunday afternoon. It tapers off Sunday evening, but then this happens overnight Sunday night into Monday. The cold air comes around and some wraparound moisture transitions us over to potentially another period of a wintry mix, and then snow, which at this point the temperatures will be dropping very fast. We'll have a flash freeze. Whatever moisture falls from the sky will stick, and whatever is on the ground will freeze. And that's why we have the weather impact alert continuing into the day on Monday, because of the potential impacts to the roadways that day as well. We stay well below freezing during the day, despite the sunshine that's going to come out. That will allow crews to work on the main roads, but your neighborhood roads may stay in slick shape overnight Monday night and then into Tuesday morning, the coldest morning we've had so far this winter season. Expecting single digits area wide. Some of our northern areas may go down below 0 early on Tuesday morning, and then we warm up, hopefully maybe above freezing by Tuesday afternoon before the next system moves in late week. The bottom line is we've got the wintry weather today. We'll continue to feel the impacts from that wintry weather over the next several days, even though we'll transition to rain during the day on Sunday. And then we've just got a really extended stretch of cold temperatures that lasts through the end of the upcoming week as well. So again, to kind of recap for you, Robin, we're just getting started. And we're going to be here all day, keeping you up to date as that precipitation type kind of fluctuates here across East Tennessee and Southeast Kentucky.
We know you're going to keep us on top of the changing forecast. Cassie, thank you very much. And right now, you can watch live cameras from across the state as this winter storm rolls across the state into East Tennessee. All that on our streaming app, WBIR Plus. And we will be keeping you up to date throughout the afternoon right here. Stay with us. Have a great afternoon. We'll be back shortly.
you.
was like, well, if you're not going to be there.
Thank you so much for joining us on WBIR Plus. We are tracking the very latest weather as millions of Tennesseans settle in for snow, freezing rain, and dangerous road conditions. This is a live look out over downtown Knoxville right now. The Gay Street view, to be more exact. You can tell those clouds overhead, they are gray, and some stuff is falling from them finally. Thank you so much for joining us on this Weather Impact Alert Day. I'm Katie Inman, and we have team coverage all throughout our area, and we are keeping you updated on the ground and from current conditions. We have Ellis Rolled out in Crossville today. We have Olivia Daig, who is across the state line in Kentucky, and of course our meteorologist Cassie Nall. We have all been here keeping you updated, watching those current conditions. You can see some of that snow behind our two field reporters out there, but we want to go ahead and get started with Cassie, because Cassie, things are starting to change.
They are, Katie. We're starting to see the more consistent precipitation across our viewing area, and what that means is a little something different for everybody. Down in the Southern Valley, we've actually had accumulating sleet at this point. Here in the Knoxville area, we've been doing the whole like mostly snow but with some sleet pellets mixed in dance. Over in Dandridge, I got a video from someone saying, I think I have a mix, and you can clearly hear the sleet making the beat going on in that video. Meanwhile, as you just saw from those two videos in our boxes there, we've got snow in southern Kentucky and we've got snow up on the plateau. So let me kind of walk you through the current setup for what's going on right now. This is a live look at our downtown Knoxville camera looking south down Gay Street. We've got some occasional flurries, a little blowing across the camera, and the airport is indicating kind of a rain-snow mix. That's what those little pellets are that are showing up as the current conditions. 30 degrees, so we are below freezing, and a wind chill of 22. Now that dew point has come up by 4 degrees just in the last hour. The humidity is now up to 66%, so the air is saturating. That's why we're starting to see more of that precipitation actually reaching the ground at this point. And I feel like once that precip really starts to kick in, the untreated roads, the non-major highways, I'm talking secondary roads, neighborhood roads, the shaded areas, may see some accumulation start to kind of kick up a little bit. So I'd say, you know, do your traveling if you've got to right now, and then start to settle in for the rest of the afternoon as things might start to deteriorate pretty quickly. Current temperatures, Huntsville is at 19, Jamestown at 20. Meanwhile, in the Southern Valley, as expected, as that air is saturating, our temperature is cooling. So Athens actually has cooled down to 30 degrees. Sweetwater is at 30, Lenore City at 29. So now just about everybody's below freezing. And oh yeah, it's also a little bit windy outside, so it feels very cold too. Jamestown has a wind chill of 2 and Huntsville a wind chill of 7 right now. Meanwhile, down in Chattanooga earlier today, they had freezing rain, and you could see the glaze of ice on this vehicle right here from one of our sister station down there, WRCB. So we do have, again, that variety of conditions depending on where you are around the viewing area. The radar, though, is still very colorful. Plenty of moisture still moving in. We are just getting started, folks. There has been some dry air mixing in that has reduced the precip rates, but I think that they're about to start to pick up. And notice how that pink color is starting to inch northward a little bit. I think we're going to see more and more of that mix around that I-40 corridor southward over the next several hours. I'll talk more about this coming up in just a few minutes. But for now, let's send it over to Katie for more on the conditions around East Tennessee.
See, thank you so much. And now we want to go ahead and check in with Chris Miller. He is the director of EMS in Cumberland County. Chris, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so give us sort of the snapshot of what things are looking like in Cumberland County right now.
Pretty much just like you was explaining there, other places throughout the state of Tennessee, we have had some snow. We've probably got maybe an inch of snow. It's ranging anywhere from a dusting to up to an inch in some spots. The roadways are pretty decent right now. We have had some freezing rain in the last 30 to 45 minutes. But right now the roadways are decent. Obviously, we don't recommend highway travel for anybody unless it's an emergency or something like that. But the roadways, I-40, I've traveled I-40 from the western side of Cumberland to some of the eastern parts, and I-40 is pretty good shape. TDOT's done a great job, but bridges and overpasses are still pretty slick. So, as you said there earlier, some of the shaded areas of Cumberland County and down in the some of the valleys here in Cumberland County, we do have some still pretty bad road conditions.
So you're there on the plateau, and you have been seeing more of that snow, freezing rain, as you were saying earlier on in the day. We're just now seeing some of it here in the Knoxville area. But have there been any emergency calls of note so far? Anyone, needing help on that front?
Yes, we have had some weather-related. Right now, nothing too terrible, but we have had some weather-related accidents, but nothing catastrophic, as we would say. But there has been some weather-related accidents here in Cumberland County.
And as the day continues to go on and things continue to develop, what's the message that you want people to know in your area?
Well, obviously, here on the plateau, we have some, it can change. Well, state of Tennessee weather changes every 15 minutes or so, it seems like. But in these times, as the temperatures are obviously going to drop off pretty significantly here, particularly after dark, roadways are going to freeze back over, and roadways are going to be pretty bad shape. So my recommendation, as pretty much anywhere else in the state of Tennessee, would be to stay off the roadways unless it's absolutely necessary, and stay home and be safe.
All right, Chris Miller, Cumberland County EMS Director, joining us today. Thank you so much for calling in. So that was the snapshot from the emergency management side of things. Now we want to go ahead and check in with our reporter Ellis Rold, who is live in Crossville right now in Cumberland County. So Ellis, we sort of just heard from him that snow, freezing rain, all of those things are what you're seeing. Sort of give us a snapshot of what you're experiencing right there.
Yeah, hey Katie, thank you. So this morning we really saw those big puffy snowflakes. They started to get a little bit smaller as we went into the afternoon, and right when we came out here and got set up for the live shot, it actually started to turn into sleet. So now you can kind of hear those pellets starting to come down. Like you said, we're going to see all sorts of different types of precipitation throughout the day. But I did find a friend while we were out here setting up the camera that I want to bring in and introduce to y'all. This is Clark. Clark, you live in Crossville. Tell me a little bit about what you have here and what you're doing today.
Thank you. This is one of the sleds that me and my brother came up with. We build them here for kids to play with in the snow, because everybody wants to be a big kid when the snow starts falling on the ground.
Mm-hmm. And tell me a little bit about how y'all have been preparing for the storm and kind of the conditions you've been seeing here in Crossville.
Well, everybody's been buying out the grocery stores and all the food, bread and milk, but we've been stocking up on supplies to try to build some sleds, and hopefully we'll get more snow than ice and get it to go out and play in it. Hopefully it won't be too icy and treachery on the highways.
And you said later today you're going to go get your daughter and play in the snow. How are you going to enjoy this snow day with her?
We're going to do snow angels on the trampoline and ride the side by side and pull around on the sled, and hopefully Nova will get out and get to enjoy the beautiful snow day.
Yes, amazing. Thank you so much, Clark. And do exactly what he said. Enjoy the snow day, stay home, spend time with your family, be safe, and stay off the roads. Katie, I'll go ahead and send things back to you.
Some great advice, Ellis. Thank you so much. And right now we are following some non-weather related breaking news, but we need to make you aware. A spokesperson for McGee-Tyson Airport confirmed to 10 News that a plane made an emergency landing at the airport just a little bit ago. The spokesperson says it's an alert 2 and emergency vehicles are on standby. That plane did land safely. According to a flight tracker website, the plane seemed to be coming from Cincinnati. Alert 2 means the plane is experiencing a major problem, which can include faulty landing gear, smoke in the cockpit, or a medical emergency. But the airport didn't specify which of those things classifies this as an Alert 2. We do have a team there at the airport right now. We're working to learn more. We'll continue to keep you updated as we do so. Well, warming centers across East Tennessee are opening up to make sure everyone has a safe and warm place to stay tonight and beyond. Over in Jefferson City, actually over in Dandridge Elementary School will be open through Wednesday morning. That's in Jefferson County. In Greenville, the Care Center of Greenville Asbury United Methodist Church will be open from 8 tonight until 8 tomorrow morning. And over in Blount County, First Baptist Church of Maryville will be open any night temperatures hit below 25 degrees. Over in Tazewell, Twin City Baptist Church is going to be open tonight. The Chestnut Hill Fire Department in Jefferson County will be open from 3 this afternoon until Wednesday morning for a safe place to stay. And then in Hamblen County, the Ministerial Association Temporary Shelter on West Main Street will open when temperatures are below 32 degrees. This is not a shelter, but they do have hot meals at the ready. We have a full list of shelters on our website. Just scan the QR code there on your screen and it'll take you to an article on our website with a complete list. We have addresses, details, all the things you need to know. And with that, we want to check in with another one of our field crews, Olivia Day, across the state line in Kentucky today. Olivia, you're seeing quite a bit of snow behind you there.
Hey, Katie. Yeah, and if you were ever in college and had a snow day, you know how exciting that is. Even though it's not a class day, we've been talking to a lot of students. We actually just spoke with around 5 sophomores and freshmen who are on campus for the snow, and they are really enjoying just the views. There's a lot of talk about sledding potentially whenever we get a little bit more snow on the ground, and we are really just starting to see it really pick up and accumulate on the ground. We are stationed here at the University of the Cumberlands because we're checking on road conditions. I-75 is behind me. I'm going to step out of the way so we can look a little bit closer at road conditions. We are starting to see snow and ice kind of on the sides of the road, maybe even a little bit on the roads. And another thing that we've been noticing within the last hour, cars are starting to really slow down. Now, another thing I want to show you, I do have a temperature gun. So we are going to look a little bit on what the temperature of this parking lot looks like. It won't shoot all the way to the interstate. Let's see where we've got right now. 15 degrees on these parking lots, and it was around 32 whenever we started going live around 10 today. So again, we're starting to see some of the impacts of snow and ice potentially getting to a point where it's sticking on the roads here in Williamsburg, Kentucky, right on the other side of the state line. So again, it is really important to make sure that you're staying inside, and if you're going out and getting on the roads, to be extremely careful. But we do know that we are not advising anyone to do that unless absolutely possible. I will send things back to you, Katie.
All right, Olivia, thank you so much. Live in Williamsburg at the University of the Cumberlands for us this afternoon. Please stay warm. Well, State Trooper Josh Buckern was in the studio earlier today, and we have what he says about road safety in this winter weather.
We're encouraging the citizens of Tennessee to get off the roads. If you don't have to go out, don't go out. The other thing is TDOT has been incredible. They have salted all the roads for us. Our dispatch is making sure that they're available. So we're doing everything we can to make sure the citizens of Tennessee are safe.
Way to look at this TDOT camera. You can tell here, this is at the split. This is a look at I-75 at the 84.6 mile marker. Looks like a car was T-boned and then traffic is slowing down. You can see the different cars turned sideways, sort of a pile situation, but we will continue to keep you updated. There are emergency crews there on the scene as well. The left two lanes are blocked. Cassie Null's giving me those updates. She's able to see more of what TDOT updates there. So an update on that. We'll continue to monitor this situation and let you know what we find out about that crash. But just another important reminder to be safe on those roadways if you have to be out and about, but best to just stay home. Right now, we do want to switch gears a little bit, go to Middle Tennessee to check in with our reporter, Sarah Ottman. She has been live in Nashville this morning into the afternoon. And Sarah, it looks like some people are having fun behind you out there.
That's right, Katie. We have been tracking conditions here in Nashville for quite some time. We got here about 5 a.m. this morning. Started with slight flurries, and then it was a pretty consistent heavy snow from 8 a.m. until about an hour ago, and then it changed to this sleet-like consistency. So those big snowflakes are gone, and it's more of that rain, sleet, ice mix. But people are still having a lot of fun here in Nashville. We actually met 2 Nashvillians here. This is Dylan and Austin. You two went sledding down the hills. Tell me a little bit about it.
It's always just snow right in your face. Poof.
Yeah, Yeah, was it cold? Did it hurt your face?
Yes, I'm freezing. I can't feel my face.
How do you feel about having snow in Nashville this weekend?
Happy, because it's not very common.
That's true. How do you feel about it?
Good, because I thought it was going to snow around like Christmas time, but very happy it snowed now.
Yeah, you still got that Christmas. All right, well, hopefully you guys get a day off of school next week. But yeah, we're still tracking conditions here in Nashville. Again, we're in the street a little bit. We'll move a little bit this way, Jillian. We have seen a few cars on the roads, not as many as you'd think in Nashville, so there are people who are staying off the roads, which is a good thing. As many people as you see here, it is still advised to not drive in these conditions. It's unsafe, but a lot of these people live nearby. They're walking to the parks. That's the best way to do it. If you live nearby, you can walk, but stay off the roads. It's slick, it's thick, this snow, and as we are seeing the sleet come down, that's when we start to get a little bit more icy, maybe with the potential for that freezing rain. So we're keeping track of the conditions. We'll keep you updated as the day goes on. We'll have crews here all night tonight and through the weekend. I'll send it back to you in the studio for now.
That is a great sledding hill. Sarah, thank you so much for keeping us updated, and hopefully those kids aren't going to get too much snow in their face. Thank you. Well, during that winter weather that we are starting to see more of here in East Tennessee, you're going to see a lot of kids outdoors playing in the snow, sledding like the people there in Nashville are doing, but doctors are urging safety first. Sledding, snowball fights, and playing outside can be fun, but icy conditions make for a slippery and dangerous playground. The medical director for the emergency department at East Tennessee Children's Hospital says common injuries come from slips and falls. He says make sure to go slow and come inside often to warm up.
Because kids are out and they're having fun and they're not kind of paying attention, they'll often not self-report if they're having numbness or tingling or your hands or feet are cold. So what you're going to want to do is structure your play so that you have breaks, so that you're coming in and that you're kind of checking those things. Obviously, the cold weather gear that you're wearing is important. Making sure that you have hats, gloves, mittens, shoes that are waterproof, shoes or boots that are waterproof, very important.
Dr. Redmond says kids need to keep their hands and feet dry and let them warm up naturally inside too. Don't come inside and then just automatically put those hands or feet near a heat source. He also says make sure you stay hydrated if you're going to be out and playing in that snow. Now we want to turn and show some pictures that you all have sent in to us already. Hey, there you go, the iconic deck furniture showing. We've already got a snow angel happening. You know, I love the effort. I love the enthusiasm there. Hopefully that snow angel will get a little bit more snow behind him. But with that, we want to go ahead and turn back to our weather impact alert forecast with our meteorologist Cassie Nall. Cassie, we're seeing more fat flakes coming in.
We are, and unfortunately, in some spots, the roads may be getting a little bit slick. They're also just wet in general, but when you start to get those more intense precipitation rates, even if for a brief amount of time, the roads can become a little slushy just for a couple of minutes, but that's enough to start to lose traction. Unfortunately, we do have one accident to report. That is at I-75. It's at I-40 West coming into the split to go south on I-75. It disappeared out of my computer system, but it's still there. It's right there. This is I-75 South just at the split. So what you're seeing on the left corner, those are the folks that are going to the right on I-40 westbound to keep going west on I-40. And then where you see this accident, that's a multi-car pileup right now, right at that split, going toward I-75 southbound there. And as of this moment, I-75 southbound is completely closed. As we can see here, emergency vehicles are trying to get to that area. Obviously, there is a backup starting to build. Thankfully, there's not a ton of folks on the roads right now. But something I want you to notice is that on the shoulder on the right-hand side, it's covered with snow. So that just gives you an idea. We might have had a slightly intense snow band, made enough of a slush to make the road slick. Kind of like what we're seeing over on Rockwood Mountain right now. TDOT is doing a fabulous job of keeping these roads treated and doing their best to keep them clear. But when these heavier snow bands come through, or especially that sleet, it can create those slick conditions very, very quickly, which is why we're encouraging folks to just stay off the roads today if you possibly can. We're also starting to see some light accumulations here at our own studios. This is our weather porch, and why I wanted to show you this is because obviously you can see the accumulation on the grass, or I should say dirt at this point, just off of the deck, but also notice that we've got the accumulation on the deck too. So that's just giving you an idea. Grassy elevated surfaces seeing those light accumulations. Meanwhile, up on the plateau at the Tennessee Tech campus in Cookeville, looks a little bit like a winter wonderland up there right now, with the snow kind of a little bit lighter, taking a little bit of a break. Now, what you also heard up from Ellis in Crossville up in Cumberland County. Notice over in Cumberland County near where Crossville is how we're going from purple to that peach color. That is the sleet starting to melt over to some freezing rain in that area. So that milder air with some breezy winds has already made it up onto the southern plateau. Unfortunately, that means that they may actually see a more extended period of some of that freezing rain, that ice that's now going to coat on top of the accumulations of the snow and sleet that are already on the ground. So we'll be keeping our eyes on I-40 up in Cumberland County, and just in general, Cumberland County already seeing some rough travel conditions. Meanwhile, around the I-40 corridor in the valley, we've had more of a snow-sleet mix, and then areas a little further to the south. Look at that dark purple right there. That is heavy sleet that is starting to accumulate. We've gotten some photos out of Greenback with some light sleet accumulations, and some of the roadways down in that area. You can also see that white on the shoulders, but that's not snow. That is from that accumulating sleet that we've got going on there. So kind of a differing perspective depending on your location on what the impacts are going to be. And in the far southern valley, you may get a little bit of a break in the precipitation for a little bit this afternoon as well. So as we go through the rest of the day today, that milder air will be working up from the south. I don't think our computer models are quite picking up on how quickly that's happening, which might give us a changeover from snow and sleet mix over to freezing rain a little bit more quickly in some places. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that. Obviously, that means that that's a no-go for travel once that happens. So please try to plan to stay off the roads for the rest of the day today. Late tonight, we will start to transition over to all rain. And that's how we're going to spend a lot of the day on Sunday, is actually with moderate to heavy rainfall. Localized flooding might be a concern in some places. That will eventually taper off later Sunday evening, but then overnight Sunday night into Monday morning, we might have some redevelopment of that precipitation. And with bitterly cold temperatures moving in, we will see a transition over to refreezing, and anything that does fall will stick, which is why we've extended our weather impact alert through the day Monday and even into the first half of the day Tuesday. Travel could be pretty rough on Monday morning if we see that wraparound moisture with lows in the single digits and teens. We stay cold all day Monday, so there won't be a lot of melting. And then we get even colder Monday night into Tuesday. Tuesday morning, temperatures could be below zero for our far northern counties and barely in the low to mid single digits across the rest of our viewing area. So bitterly cold air on the way, which means whatever refreezing we see Sunday night into Monday morning will likely stick into Tuesday morning as well. So this is kind of an extended, multifaceted weather system that's going to be coming on through our area, and we will be keeping you up to date throughout the process here on WBIR. Katie?
All right, Cassie, thank you for keeping us updated. Now we want to check on the conditions in Fentress County with James Bilbrey. He's with the county's EMA. So thank you so much for joining us right now. Tell us, give us a snapshot. What are things looking like in Fentress County?
Thank you. Yes, we still have real light snow falling, and at the present time, we do have two different temperatures for us, one in Jamestown, one in Clark Range, which is on the south end. And right at the present, they're showing like 21 to 22 degrees, so we're not really warming up much. And we do have, for us, the county roads, all the side roads, city side roads, and everything is snow covered. The state roads, they're trying to keep them, they're forest from cover to forest not covered with snow. And so at this time, we do have the Fentress County Rescue Squads out. The forest on this afternoon delivering forest, taking people from work or to work and everything.
Yeah, so the community's really pitching in to help one another too during all of this. Have you guys had any emergency calls or anything of note that has happened so far?
Well, at the present, we only had one automobile accident, and other than that, it's kind of holding pretty good.
Nice. So What is your message to people in Fentress County for the rest of the day or even through the weekend?
Well, we've been doing, we held conference meetings, and we had first with the department agency yesterday at the Fentress County Courthouse. Had a good number turnout, just different departments and everything. So we're just all kind of, we checked through for what people, what each agency, what resources they had and everything. But we're just trying to encourage the, for the resident and the people of Fentress County and Jamestown, city of Jamestown and out of like this afternoon into the night. If they don't have to be out, we encourage them to stay in and stay off the roadway. But if they have to be out, then we encourage them to take a little time and be careful on the roadway.
Yeah, great advice. Thank you so much for joining us, and stay safe and warm up there in Fentress County. And we want to remind you too, you can watch live cameras from across the state as the winter storm rolls through on our streaming app WBIR Plus. We are going to see you back here throughout the day, but in the meantime, enjoy this tour of the weather cameras.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us on WBIR Plus. We continue to track this winter storm that is making its way across Tennessee. As you look at that radar right there, it's been just a plethora of elements out there, from snow to sleet to ice across the state. And of course, that makes for dangerous road conditions. Thank you for joining us on this Weather Impact Day. I'm Robin Wilhoit. We have a team coverage across Tennessee and Kentucky as we are tracking the biggest impacts, if you will, of this storm. Libby Cunningham joining us live from McGee-Tyson Airport. Emily Crabtree live in Crossville for us. And of course, meteorologist Cassie Nall here in the studio tracking this. And it has been interesting to watch, Cassie. From Nashville, we've seen a lot of snow. And as it makes its way closer, we're seeing, it seems, at least when I looked out the window, more sleety here in East Tennessee.
We are. Actually, this is our weather porch right now, looking out at the ground, at the deck, and at the dirt over in the distance. And obviously where we have the soil, we have more of an accumulation because we had a light dusting of snow, and now we've had an accumulation of sleet. So I just went out there, kind of closed the door and listened, and you could hear the tapping of the sleet falling. And if you watched along the deck railing, you could see the little tiny ice pellets bouncing. A lot of what is accumulating on our deck at our weather porch right now is actually sleet. It's not snow. And that doesn't melt as quickly as snowflakes does. It also gets a lot slushier when you step on it, maybe even a little bit more slippery than snow would be, because snow will melt faster. So just know that now that we've got kind of heavy sleet moving into the Knox County area, the roads actually could get slushier faster and slicker than they would if we just had snow coming down right now at this moment. And I know when you look at this radar, you see a lot of dark blue showing up in the Knox County area, but I mean, I can tell you on our porch, we've got sleet mixing in with that. Sometimes our computers have a hard time kind of resolving those intricate details of what's going on in the atmosphere. But yes, heavy snow, a snow sleet mix, or sleet for the areas you see in darker blue. Where you see some of those purples and even some of those peaches, that's where we've got sleet and even some freezing rain starting to mix in now in our far southern areas. Freezing rain, remember, is liquid that falls and freezes on contact with surfaces, and that is how we end up with ice and very slick conditions across our viewing area. As we go through the next several hours, our southern areas may see a little bit of a break, but then everything is expected to fill in as we go throughout the night tonight, with that chance of freezing rain increasing as we get closer and closer to sunset this evening. We'll have more on your forecast in just a few minutes. Robin?
Right. Cassie, thank you very much. Now to a developing story that we are following. A spokesperson at McGee-Tyson Airport has confirmed to 10 News that a plane made an emergency landing at the airport just a while ago. According to a flight tracker website, the plane appeared to be coming from Cincinnati. With that, we want to turn to 10 News reporter Libby Cunningham, who is live at the airport with the latest for us.
Robin, that is right. So we heard from an airport spokesperson around 2:30, so within the past hour, that thankfully a plane had made a safe emergency landing here at McGee-Tyson Airport. It was about between the 2 and 2:30 hour that we had them confirmed that there was a plane that needed to be diverted to the airport. We do not know the reason for the diversion or the reason why the emergency landing was made. However, I did hear over the loudspeaker here at the airport people asking those who were on the diverted plane to not leave and come out through security because they would not be able to make it back in. Again, we do not have any confirmation on what happened, but the plane had safely landed here about an hour ago. On top of that, there are a lot of cancellations at the airport right now, as you can imagine. If you have a flight going out today, you need to check your airline's app, its website, your email, your text messages, to see if your flight is going out tonight. We did just talk to a family who is heading to Orlando. They are heading through security and very, very hopeful that they will be able to make it to Florida tonight. Robin, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Libby, we do appreciate the update there. An update into our newsroom. Knox County is canceling classes Monday due to the weather. We will continue to update with closures throughout the afternoon. And with that, we want to take a look at the roads. You're looking at I-75 at the 84.6-mile marker. Just a few minutes ago, that road was backed up. It is now clear. We are happy to report, but we want to check in with Cassie Nall real quickly. Cassie, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Earlier, I-75 southbound was closed right where you see that. That's at the I-40 I-75 split. So right before folks split to continue west on I-40 or go south on I-75. The I-75 side was closed due to a multi-vehicle accident that has since been cleared. And across the rest of our area, no major incidents, but you can see that accumulation of precip on the shoulder of the road right there. So some areas are still seeing some slick spots starting to develop, although TDOT is doing a fabulous job of keeping the main roads clear. That's a look at Rockwood Mountain, where you can see just how much snow has accumulated on the shoulders and up the sides of the hills. But the road at this point appears to be wet. Robin?
All right, Cassie, thank you very much. To get a greater idea of how the roads are faring in East Tennessee, we turn now to Mark Nagy with the Tennessee Department of Transportation. Mark, thanks for taking time to talk with us this afternoon. If you would, give us an overall assessment of how the roads are looking in the region.
Yes, good afternoon, Robin. For the most part, our interstates and state routes are in fairly good shape. We are starting to see a lot more of the sleetish, freezing rain that is entering our region, but we have not had any reports of any major incidents at this time. So hopefully people are adhering to our warnings and they're staying off the roads. Keep in mind that as the night falls and as those temperatures drop, the possibility of having some freezing spots on the roadway certainly increases.
That's right, and you guys got well ahead of this, treating the roads. What is the process as far as further treating going forth, Mark?
So we had our crews pre-treating interstates and state routes all across East Tennessee on Thursday. And as this winter storm continues, you'll see our crews stay on their routes. Right now, what they're doing is putting down a lot of salt. Hopefully, this freezing rain that we're starting to see is not going to form on the roadways thanks to the efforts of our crews. But keep in mind that it could be very dangerous on the roadways tonight just because as those temperatures drop, especially if they get below 16 degrees, that really does limit the effectiveness of our supply. So best advice, as always, for folks, stay off the roadways. It's the safest place that you can be.
Mark, do you see from your assessment that people have been heeding those words to stay off the roads?
Yes, I do, Robin. And I think it's also helped that this winter storm is coming on the weekend. So you don't have as many people working or don't have any possible issues with school. So I think that has helped. But overall, you compare a typical weekend to this one, and I've been on the roadways for a good chunk of the day with TDOT crews, and we've not seen nearly as many cars as we normally would.
That is excellent to hear. All right, Mark Nagy with TDOT. Mark, thank you so much for taking time to be with us this afternoon.
Of course, Robin.
An emergency plan is now in place for Morgan County as roads are becoming a bit more hazardous. The sheriff's office announcing its plan to support emergency operations. They've said life-threatening emergencies or high-risk incidents are going to be the top priority. With that, we want to check in with Emily Crabtree. She is actually in Crossville to bring us up to date on what she's seeing there. Emily.
Robin, yeah, we have been driving around Crossville for pretty much the whole day. We started around 10 o'clock Eastern time. It's Central time here, so it's a little hard to tell the difference. But we have just been driving around looking at different roadways. Right now, we're kind of in a neighborhood. Last you saw us, we were on I-40 checking things out. But this is kind of what it looks like in some of the less highly traveled areas. As you can see, we're driving through here, and you'll notice that the window is covered in what looks like raindrops. That's kind of what we're seeing and have been seeing for the last, I would say, hour or so. It's been a mix between rain and sleet, and it looks like it's starting to die down just a little bit, but definitely turning more warmer. We started the morning at around 21 degrees is what our car was telling us, and now it's telling us around 24 degrees. So definitely starting to warm up. The snow we haven't seen that for a while now, and so it's getting a little slippery. Some of the roads that we were traveling on earlier, even though they were pretty well taken care of in terms of getting the snow off the road. We have seen some plows going through. It is still really slippery on those roads because that moisture is now moving to be more like rain and sleet. So we are going to continue to be checking in on different areas across Crossville and Cumberland County. But for now, Robin, I'll send things back to you.
All right, Emily, you guys be safe. Thanks so much. Well, if today's winter weather caused any damage to your home, help is available. The Tennessee Emergency Management Agency is sharing a cleanup hotline through that nonprofit Crisis Cleanup. It connects homeowners with volunteers who may be able to help with things like fallen trees, debris on the curb, roof tarping, cleanup inside homes. That number right there on your screen. The help is free, but because demand may be high, it's no guarantee. The hotline will stay open through February 13th. With that now, we want to take you out west. Mike Simon standing by in Turkey Creek. It's good to see you, my friend, after welcoming your little baby girl just 6 weeks ago. We're glad you're back with us. Unfortunately, we stuck you out in the elements.
That's right, Robin. What happened here? I mean, I've been on paternity leave for 6 weeks, and now it's atmospheric Armageddon across the nation. Of course, for us, we're getting this nasty mix. I'm in Turkey Creek right now. This is right near the highway at the Lovell exit on I-40. Traffic's going really good. We have been getting a mix of precipitation at times. We've had some big flakes, and we have had some dustings because of that. But other times there's sleet mixed in. We did get a little rain, and then it turned to a lot of sleet pellets, and now it's starting to let up just a little bit. But I have noticed that there's water freestanding on a lot of the walkways, on the parking lots, and it's not freezing. So that's good news right now. Our temperature must be hovering right above freezing or so here, and we're not seeing any of this ice start to form. But temperatures will be falling later on. That may be a difference until they warm back up by early tomorrow morning. In the meantime, though, we get this sleet, and the sleet can cause some icy conditions somewhat. Of course, it is a little better than freezing rain, but the problem is that sleet, if it comes down heavily, can also kind of get into that water that's beginning to build up. And once it freezes, you'll have not only some ice like that, black ice that could form because of freezing rain, but you'll have some sleet mixed in with it, and that causes it to be a little more treacherous. We'll continue to stay out here. I'm Mike Simon, meteorologist with the team. We'll continue to keep you updated. I'm with Raphael and also with Lauren Davis. You'll see her a little bit later on. Back to you, Robin.
All right, you guys, thanks so much for all your efforts out there. We do appreciate it. With that, let's turn to Cassie Nall once again to get the very latest on what we're seeing outside.
Thank you, Robin and Mike, very accurately describing the ebb and flow of conditions that we've got across our region right now. And that is going to continue as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon and this evening. And as that precipitation rate starts to increase, the roads have a better chance of becoming slick, especially as we get into the evening once the sun goes down. You heard Mark Nagy referencing that as well. I don't think temperatures are going to drop overnight. They're probably going to kind of hold steady and then start to rise as we go through the day on Sunday. But either way, the point is that we could see slick spots, especially with the freezing rain potential starting to develop as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon into this evening. So again, now is the time. If you don't have to be on the roads, might be best if you start to kind of stay home as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon and the evening to avoid those slick spots. Overnight tonight, we have that potential for that ice and that freezing rain, but you may wake up tomorrow morning to full-on raindrops falling from the sky and not freezing on contact with the ground, as we'll transition over to potentially periods of moderate to heavy rainfall throughout the day on Saturday. Maybe even some localized flooding a concern, because why not throw that into the potpourri of things we've got going on? However, Sunday night into Monday, cold air comes rushing back in. Whatever moisture is on the ground will freeze, and we have a chance for redevelopment overnight Sunday night into Monday with more light mix or potentially light snow, and all of that would stick. So Monday morning, we could have slicker conditions than we will be seeing this afternoon, this evening, and into early tomorrow morning. So Monday morning could be pretty hazardous when it comes to our travel situation, so check back for updates there. That is why we expanded our weather impact alert to include the day on Monday, because it's also going to stay so darn cold through the day Monday, and even colder Monday night into Tuesday. Some parts of our viewing area could go down to below zero as we start off our Tuesday morning, hence the extension of that weather impact alert. We will be here throughout the rest of the afternoon, all evening here on WBIR Plus, keeping you up to date on the very latest with these changing weather conditions across East Tennessee.
Cassie, thank you. Right now, you can watch our live cameras across the state as this winter storm rolls across Tennessee. You can watch it streaming right now on WBIR+, and we will continue to keep you updated all day right here on WBIR+, in just a few minutes also on WBIR straight up at 4 o'clock. Join us then. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Robin Wilhoit.
And I'm Katie Inman. All day long, we've been tracking this winter storm moving through Tennessee and Kentucky. And right now we're seeing snow, sleet, and ice in different parts of our area.
And we do have team coverage across the two states as we track, yes, the biggest impacts. Alana Mutnick live in Nashville for us. Emily Crabtree driving through Cumberland County.
And we also have crews in West Knox County, Williamsburg, Kentucky, and down at McGee-Tyson Airport. We have got you covered, and we're going to check in with all of them. But first, we do want to check with our chief meteorologist, Todd Howell. Todd, what is the latest?
I've got my wife on standby. Give me a driveway update in just a moment. All right, thank you, Katie and Robin. Good afternoon. It's Saturday, 4 o'clock. Hope you're having a good, safe day. Well, a lot of the details on track so far. We've seen that snow and now sleet mixture and even some freezing rain. Here's the concern. Cassie Nall and Julia was talking about this earlier today. The concern, we are starting to see the cold air is staying entrenched for right now as expected, so we're still below freezing. We're starting to see that heavier rate of precipitation, so some of that sleet coming down pretty good, freezing rain, some decent rainfall rates, which will be freezing rain, freezing on contact with the ground and creating icy conditions. Again, those rates are increasing, so the road conditions are likely going to be deteriorating from this point forward into this evening. So the main thing we want to stress right now as we look at current conditions in downtown, when you see the cold temperatures, road conditions deteriorating, especially untreated roads. So sleet is falling in Knoxville. It's a little bit heavy at times. We've got freezing rain to our south, and the winds are breezy out of the north-northeast at 13 miles per hour. So what you're seeing right now, the blue is snow, or a mixture of snow and sleet. The pink, that mixture of snow, sleet, and the lighter shade of orange pink is freezing rain. We're starting to see freezing rain in Crossville, sleet and freezing rain in Cumberland County. That's where Emily Crabtree is. In a moment, we'll check in with Emily. Here's what we're seeing right now in the valley. You see, this is exactly what we're looking at. We've got that combination of mixed snow and sleet in northern Knox County and all sleet in Knoxville, south to Maryville and Greenback. Again, sleet has a beat. That's what bounces off the ground, but that also accumulates and makes road conditions very hazardous. Crossville, you've got not only sleet, but freezing rain developing. Checking in to the south, again, a little bit of a breakdown in Monroe County, and across the foothills and mountains as expected, there's not as much wintry precip with some downsloping coming into lower portions of Blount, Sevier, Conk, and Greene counties, but you are seeing that mixed precipitation, Jefferson City, Morristown, and further to the north. Boy, the cold air is locked in. Campbell County, Scott County, you've got snow, and you're going to see significant icing possible. So we still have the winter weather alerts with this winter storm moving in. Our timeline, we've got the freezing rain and sleet right now. That's going to go to all freezing rain later this evening. Some good news. Eventually, it's going to take a while, but late tonight, we're going to see it change into rain. All right, that's a quick update for right now. We're going to keep you updated, again, throughout the afternoon and evening. But the main messaging right now, with some icy roads possible, you need to go ahead and plan to get off the roads, stay home, keep it tuned right here, and we'll keep you updated, ladies.
Todd, thank you so much.
Morgan County is now in emergency mode. The sheriff's office there announced its plan to support emergency operations. They've said life-threatening emergencies or high-risk incidents are going to be their top priority, but as roads become icy or blocked, response times may be longer.
And we have the Emergency Services Director on the phone right now, Ethan Webb. Thank you for joining us. Sort of give us a snapshot of what Morgan County is seeing right now.
Yeah, so right now in Morgan County, the roadways are becoming treacherous. The ice is here, unfortunately. Emergency crews have been out prepping for the storm all week. Road crews are out as well, and as of now, we are on emergency status only with the Sheriff's Department and the EMS.
Ethan, have you all had to respond to any situations, any emergencies up to this point? Weather-related?
We've had a few vehicle crashes so far, nothing major to report as of yet. We are urging all of our citizens to stay off the roadway if at all possible, and as we said, we're going to have some delayed response times to any emergencies.
And also, what is your message as we continue to see these freezing temperatures, the freezing rain, all of those wintry mixed types of situations move into the area? What's your message to people in Morgan County as the night continues into tomorrow?
Yeah, so just check on your neighbors. You know, you can stay off the roadways, but still check on your neighbors. Just be prepared for this to last for a few more days and try to stay warm as best you can.
Ethan, how about the enforcements that you all have in Morgan County? Have you brought all hands on deck at this point to address any situations that may arise?
Yes, so we've had meetings several times throughout the week, and we had one final pre-planning meeting yesterday evening. We brought in all the state and local officials to get together in one room and sit down to let everyone know what they can do, what's available, what's not available. That way we can best suit our citizens.
All right. Ethan Webb with Morgan County EMA. Thank you so much for giving us that update.
All right. We want to now take us west of Knoxville into Middle Tennessee, Nashville to be specific. They started seeing snow earlier today. Alana Mutnick has found looks like a crew of folks out there sledding and having a good time with this snow.
Yeah, Robin.
Robin, as you can see, there are so many people. We are at the field right in front of the Tennessee State Capitol right now. There are so many people sledding, but Sarah Ottman was here this morning talking about kind of the fluffy snow that was coming down. It is definitely not like that anymore. It's kind of coming down as more of ice pellets. So if you're looking up right now, it's kind of powdering you in the face really hard. And we were just talking to a lot of people that were sledding over here. I actually, right over here, have two people that are UT graduates, and they're in Nashville for the weekend. So tell me about what you guys are just doing here right now.
Yeah, so we just got here. We came here to specifically ride the Widowmaker, and it's claimed many lives in Nashville, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna give it a shot. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Yeah, just riding down, going down the hill, and figured we don't get much snow here often, so why not take advantage of it? It's been pretty fun. We've seen some pretty chaotic rides down the hill, so we're proceeding with caution.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so as we mentioned before, the conditions are very quickly changing over here. It's turning more icy, more brittle, so a lot of the people that are coming down the hills, as I kind of just mentioned, are, it seems like sliding on ice. They are flying down the hill right now, so it is a little bit dangerous, but we are going to be out here for the duration of the day, and we will keep you updated as the conditions change. I'm not seeing any more fluffy snow, but with that, I will send things back to you.
Hopefully they don't end the day with some broken bones there. All right. Lana, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
And now we want to give you a live look from our Sharps Ridge Tower camera. You can see shades of gray. It is hazy and it is cold outside right now, and that's pretty much the picture across Knoxville.
That's right. Let's head to West Knoxville now. 10 News reporter Lauren Davis joining us from Turkey Creek, and you've got the hood on, so that means something's falling out there.
Yeah, Robin. Hey, Katie. Also, that means something is falling. So we've been here for a couple of hours and we've seen everything. It started with a little bit of snow, sleet, now it's rain. Mike Simon was just out here 20 minutes ago, and during that time, it was still snow and sleet. Now it's changed to rain. My jacket is covered in raindrops. Turkey Creek usually is bustling and busy. There are still a few cars driving around, but so far there's not much. And when you look at the tree stumps, you can see a little bit of something accumulating, but not nearly as much as our friends in Crossville and Nashville have been seeing. If you need to go out, this is probably the time where you really need to start making your way home, because as we've been saying all day, when the moisture hits the ground and it starts to become freezing, it'll become ice, and ice is something that you can't drive on. I spoke with a driving instructor yesterday. He said ice is not safe at all. When there is still snow, you can take it slow, drive in a lower gear, make sure you keep distance between the car in front of you, but it is going to get colder and this moisture is going to turn into ice, so you really should be staying at home. We've seen people checking into the hotel. They're coming, making their way to stay for the night. There's a car going by right now, but when you normally come to Turkey Creek, that is not how many cars you see. We've only seen a handful in the time we've been out here, so I think people really are listening to our advice. So for now, I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Lauren, nice update out there in Turkey Creek, and stay warm and dry.
Yes. And as we have mentioned, this winter weather stretching all across the southeast. That means some major issues at some airports. This is the so-called misery map. It shows the delays and cancellations across the nation. Look at Texas.
Yeah.
Dallas, it's really feeling it, as is New York City, Chicago. Not too bad in Atlanta, but clearly this is still playing out across the country.
And we have seen a few delays at McGee-Tyson Airport here in East Tennessee. We will get to that in a little bit, but first we are following some non-weather related news. A spokesperson for McGee-Tyson Airport confirmed to 10 News that a plane made an emergency landing at McGee-Tyson today. Libby Cunningham is there at the airport with more. Hey, Libby.
Hey, Katie. Hey, Robin. So yes, the most important thing is that the plane made a safe emergency landing here at McGee-Tyson Airport. I actually saw it pulling up to the gate from the windows here. We got some word around 2 to 2:30 p.m. from the airport that a plane had been diverted, and at 2:30 we were told that the plane got here safely. We had heard over the loudspeaker here people with the airport telling people on the plane who had diverted from the plane to not come through security into the main airport because they couldn't get back in. as for the rest of the airport today, we have seen some people getting on flights, but there are a lot of cancellations. As you all said earlier, the cancellations really are following the swath of winter weather that is going all across the country. So we're seeing cancellations from Dallas to Washington, D.C. There are still some flights that are set to go out tonight, going to Florida and Charlotte, and I saw one to Chicago as well. But no matter what, if you have a flight tonight, you need to be on your phone checking your airline's app, seeing if they've texted you, emailed you, called you, because if your flight is going to change, they are going to contact you that way. And airport officials say that is the best way to get rebooked on another flight. So we are going to send it back to you from here at McGee-Tyson Airport.
Libby, thank you for that update.
We also have crews across the state line in Kentucky where they are getting more snow than ice at this point.
And our 10 News reporter Olivia Daig is there in Kentucky with the latest look at the weather there. Olivia, when we checked in with you a little bit ago, we were seeing snow. Looks like y'all have gotten some more.
Hey, Katie, Robin. Yeah, I am in Whitley County, just north of that Tennessee-Kentucky border. And yeah, the snow has been pretty steady. We are seeing more snow. It's coming around the same amount as it was around an hour ago. It's been pretty consistent. And we're also here to give you a better look of what the roads look like. I'm going to step out of the way so our photographer, Tim Dale, can give you a better look of what I-75 looks like. And since we've been here, we've watched the cars drive a little bit slower, and we've seen less and less of them. As you can see, a little bit of ice and snow on those roads. We know that they've been treated. However, when it gets really cold, it's harder for that snow and ice solution, that salt water and brine and salt, it's a little harder for that to work when it gets pretty cold. Now, also, we're here at the University of the Cumberlands, and we've been seeing students pile in and out of the dining hall. That's about where we are right now, and students are spending their snow days a little differently. We're going to show you a little bit about what they had to say about how they're spending their day.
Most definitely playing some snow. When later today, when it drops some more, yeah, we're gonna sled. See that big hill over there? We're gonna be sledding down that thing right there.
You know, we just had our long run today, and we didn't want to do it on a treadmill. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you got to put in the work sometimes.
7 miles, yeah. We did have a few stops here and there because our fingers and toes were getting cold.
I'll probably just be in the room recovering. I really ain't too for the outside and the snow stuff because it's cold outside, so I'll probably just be laid up in the room, you know, chilling.
I would say that I agree most with the gentleman that we talked to at the very last soundbite that you just heard. I would also like to be in my room snuggled up, but I am going to show you what we're going to see as far as if these students can sled in this snow. I have my ruler here. I'm going to show you that it is only around about a half an inch, maybe even less than half of an inch of snow on the ground here in Whitley County, Kentucky. So we're not really seeing the best conditions for sledding like we have been seeing in Nashville. But again, we're going to continue to watch what the weather looks like. We'll keep watching to see if those students do sled, but I'll send things back to you.
Olivia, don't worry, that time to snuggle up in your bed, it is getting closer. Hang in there.
Did she say she ran 7 miles?
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
okay.
still stuck on that too.
Whoa, okay, Olivia, thank you very much. Well, a main concern, of course, road conditions. We have not seen too many issues on the main interstates, but the back roads, that's always the concern, especially on the plateau. They are starting to get slick. This is a live look at Rockwood Mountain in Roane County. You can see, some snow on the shoulders there. We don't know what those roads are looking like, but we do know they are wet, maybe slick in some spots. Within the last 15 minutes, Knoxville police have reported that there are some slick bridges here in town. Public service crews are salting the bridges and other trouble spots.
Now we want to go ahead and check in with our 10 News reporter Emily Crabtree. She has been out on the roads in Cumberland County all morning and afternoon for us. And Emily, you have gotten to see as conditions have sort of changed. What are they looking like now?
Yeah, Katie, Robin, we have seen everything from snow to sleet to freezing rain, and now we've got rain. So we've been driving around Cumberland County, mostly Crossville, for the majority of the morning into the afternoon. And right now we are coming up to an intersection. As you can see, I flipped the camera around here so you guys can see kind of what we're dealing with roads-wise. We have crews over here who are putting out more salt and plowing anything that might need to be plowed off the roads. We have seen multiple crews like that throughout the duration of the day that we've been out here. We did just go out west to kind of check on conditions out towards the west side of the county, and everything seems to be pretty well taken care of, like on these main roads like you're seeing right now. But as we showed earlier, some of those back roads are still on some of those dicier conditions, still have some snow on them. But now, as you can see, our windshield wipers are going. We've got some rain, some real rain coming in here. We were seeing some freezing rain the last time we talked with you guys, but now we've got actual rain. So conditions are constantly changing out here. And so that is going to change how the roads are. As you can see, we have some people that have been out on the roads throughout the day with us. Not too terribly many people, but definitely a few. So if you don't have to go out, do not go out. There's a lot of people who have said that throughout the day. But we're here to tell you the same sort of thing. Road conditions could obviously change. We've seen it change throughout the last 6 hours that we've been out here. And so you never know what you might run into while you are on the road. So it's probably best to just stay at home if you can, and make sure that you are safe and sound. So we are going to keep driving around out here. We're back in Crossville now, as we've been throughout the last few hours, become very familiar with some of the streets of Crossville. But I will send things back to you ladies in the studio.
You know, you have seen it vary throughout the day. All it takes is just a slight temperature change from that rain to turn to ice and vice versa. So Emily, thank you very much.
And now we want to check in with our reporter Elijah Nixon. Elijah, you are not on a basketball court today. You're not very far from Emily Crabtree.
No, I'm not. And if somebody told you that this was if somebody told you this is football weather, they're lying to you too. This is clearly cold outside. There's a lot of ice going on. If you can see that right in front of me, I'm not gonna let Ellis move the camera because I could not moonwalk on this, but there's a lot of frozen ice here. There's ice here. You can get stuck to this one if you put your clothes on this one. But to be honest with you guys, stay on the main roads because there's a lot of ice. There's a lot of ice on the side roads that they haven't probably cleaned up yet, but they have done a great job on the main roads here in Crossville. After talking to a sheriff, he did say that, you know, the main roads are pretty clear for everyone. So if you're going home, if you're coming from home, if you're going to work, getting last-minute toiletries for the storm, this is the time to do it, but make sure you drive pretty safe. Now, the Highway 40 is right here as well. Cars been going back and forth on it. If you're doing a speed limit, I say that is fine, but if you're going under the speed limit, that is fine too, because you want to make sure that cars behind you are just as safe as you, because you don't want to cause any type of accident. So again, please, if you don't have to be on the road, don't get on the road. It's very dangerous. It's going to get more dangerous out here pretty soon because the ice is picking up out here. So, Katie, this is not basketball, it's not football, but it's some pretty harsh conditions out here.
Well, we appreciate you for keeping us updated there. Stay safe, my friend, and we will check back in with you all here later.
And for those of you who are getting snow or who have had snow, we can see you are enjoying it. You're sharing your pictures with us. Little bit of a dusting right there. We saw those doggos enjoying it, and this kiddo right here making a snow or maybe a sleet angel. What do you think about that?
Definitely. Hey, A for effort. I love the enthusiasm. And some more viewer photos and videos from our very own Tara Midkiff. This is a beautiful video of a gray but quiet Saturday overlooking downtown Knoxville. Speaking of Gray, though, thank you, Lauren Gray, for sending in these photos of your adorable twins.
So cute, so cute.
Wrapped up, bundled up in their snow gear. They even were able to catch some flakes on their tongues. See, that is what we like to see. And with that, we will have more extended coverage coming up on 10 News at 6 this evening. Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell will also be back.
In the meantime, you can continue watching our full extended coverage streaming on WBIR+. We have a live 24/7 radar plus live cameras across the Volunteer State. We will continue to bring you live updates throughout the afternoon into the evening.
Hello, and thank you for watching our stream today on the WBIR Plus app. We want to start with a live look out over downtown Knoxville. This is a view out over Gay Street, and as we are monitoring these weather conditions, we've seen a little bit of everything move across East Tennessee and Kentucky. Now it is more of a freezing rain. Thank you so much for watching with us. I am Katie Inman. We have team coverage across Tennessee and into Kentucky this afternoon as we track the biggest impacts across our area. Alana Mutnick is live in Nashville with a bunch of sledders behind her. Emily Crabtree is live in Crossville checking out those road conditions. But first, we want to check in with our chief meteorologist, Todd Howell. Todd, a lot has changed in a matter of a few hours.
Yeah, you know, everything pretty much on track with the expectations of going from snow and sleet, and some pretty good sleet when we checked in about an hour ago, but now that has changed as expected. That warm nose, that warm layer aloft has changed a lot of the freezing precipitation as far as the sleet and snow over to mainly a lot of freezing rain. Still some sleet and even still some snow in northern areas, but as far as here in Knoxville, we've got freezing rain falling now. We'll check in on current conditions, and thank you, Katie, and good afternoon, good evening, folks. Hope you're having a good Saturday. This is a winter storm that's impacting many areas, so our coverage we're bringing you is not just for locally in East Tennessee, but surrounding areas, because travel impacts are there, you know, family, friends, neighbors, etc., and we're just keeping you updated and covered, as this is a winter storm event. As Katie said, it's brought us a lot of different types of precipitation, and look at the cold air. This is expected. It's still entrenched. 29 degrees. It feels like 20 outside. Winds are straight out of the northeast. That's a down valley flow at 10 miles per hour. So it's kind of that battle zone where the warmer air aloft is moving in. That is changing our precipitation types as expected from snow and sleet now to sleet and freezing rain. And again, freezing rain is rain all the way down the surface, but then it freezes on contact. It's not just plain rain, it's freezing rain. That means it freezes when the temperatures are below freezing, like they are now in many areas. 30 in Maryville, 31 in Pigeon Forge. As expected, some of the foothills not getting as much wintry weather because of the downsloping and rain shadow effect coming off the mountains. But there's a look at Crossville, 26 degrees. You've had snow, you had sleet, you got freezing rain. A lot of us have had that snow, sleet, and now freezing rain. Look at the wind chills up on the plateau, single-digit wind chills. So it's very cold. Now's the time to pretty much get off the roads. Okay, the weather is going to be improving late tonight and tomorrow once we go over to rain later Sunday into the morning. But until that happens, roads could be slippery and treacherous with below freezing temperatures, and especially roads that are untreated. That's the key. Again, you'll see some cars on some of the interstates, etc., going by, and those are likely treated. Okay, so the ground continues to stay pretty cold and the air is still chilled. And anytime we're below freezing with precipitation falling, that means there's a hazard present, and they could be hazardous. So here's what we're seeing. Now zoom on in. Notice back in Middle Tennessee, we're still looking at that wintry weather that's sliding in. And I'll stop the radar right here. The blue is snow, and this lighter shade of purple, this is sleet right here, the darker shade I should say, and the lighter shade of pink or orange, this is freezing rain. And again, once you get closer to the mountains and foothills, there's not as much precipitation because it's a rain shadow and drying effect from downsloping winds. That was expected. That was that area we had in green with lower wintry weather totals. So we're looking at more of the sleet and freezing rain as the warmer air aloft is moving up the valley. But if you're near the Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia state line, as expected, still the snow and the sleet with hazardous travel conditions. So here's a look at radar. Again, zooming on in, and we'll stop the radar. There's a look at the freezing rain and some sleet, but becoming more of the freezing rain part of the equation up on Crossville, on the plateau, in Crossville. Again, freezing rain and some icing. And then as we slide on over into the lower portions of Loudoun County, Monroe County, Blount, Sevier, Cock, and Green. Again, this is right on cue. The winds coming off the mountains are drying the air out a little bit, so you're not seeing as much precipitation. Jefferson City up to Morristown, you've still got that. See that battle zone between the freezing rain, sleet, and snow? That's working its way northeast, and it's moving up the valley. So again, that's going to continue to make its way. There's a look at the last 2 hours going from snow and sleet, and now you're seeing that freezing rain and sleet and freezing rain, from Jefferson County, Jeff County, up into Hamlin County, and northern areas still experiencing some of that wintry weather. So here's what we're expecting as we go through tonight: the sleet to freezing rain, icing, especially on elevated areas, and hazardous roadways will be possible. Even if we have hopefully light icing, it could still be hazardous on the roads and that on untreated surfaces. So you don't want to be out driving if you don't have to. Northern counties are going to be the last to warm up, and then we're going to be looking at those temperatures warming up. It will change to rain once we get into our Sunday morning, which will be good news, especially into tomorrow afternoon. All right, Katie, we'll send it back over to you.
All right, Todd, thank you. Now we want to check in with Loudoun County Mayor Roland Bradshaw. We have him on the line. And thank you so much for joining us. Sort of give us a snapshot of what it's looking like in Loudoun County today, Mayor.
Well, we've been very fortunate in the fact, we've not had much of any crisis at all. We had one vehicle accident on the interstate earlier. I don't know necessarily that was even weather related. We've seen more sleet than anything. A few minutes ago, it actually had turned all to rain, and now it's doing nothing. Our temperatures are continuing to hover right around freezing. So hopefully, as the warmer air comes in, and hopefully we're going to miss most of this. And really, I guess the next step is going to be getting prepared for Sunday evening and late Sunday night and early Monday morning.
Yeah, you sort of give us a view too, Mayor, about what your crews are doing. I know that they are trying to keep everyone safe, but is everyone pretty much all hands on deck on standby?
Everybody is pretty much on standby. We've had meetings 3 days this week with webinars with the National Weather Service out of Morristown. All of our departments have participated, our local law enforcement, our fire departments, our highway departments, our fire departments as well, and our utilities. And so everybody's kind of, we've been very fortunate. We've had no real incidents, weather-related incidents so far. Talked with our highway superintendent, Billy Pickle, during today's webinar, and so he was talking about, his guys are on standby. There's just really no need for them to be out yet because right now we're seeing just rain and some light sleet. And so maybe this afternoon, like I said, the National Weather Service puts that potential for freezing rain to come in somewhere around late this evening into a little bit before midnight, depending on which hits first, the moisture or the warmer temperatures. And so, but they're on standby. If it does hit, they're going to be out and about. And appreciate all of our first responders. We're very blessed in Loudoun County to have the first responders we have, and they do a great job, and our utilities guys as well. And so, if it does get bad, then we'll be prepared for the best we can be.
All right, Mayor, thank you for calling in and giving us that update. Stay safe and warm out there in Loudoun County.
Thank you very much.
Well, several schools across East Tennessee are already planning to close because of weather next week. Oak Ridge City Schools, Blount County Schools will be closed on Monday. Roane County, Anderson County, Jefferson, Monroe County, Sweetwater City Schools, all of them will be closed on Monday and Tuesday. They've already made that announcement. Middlesboro City Schools in Kentucky, they're going to meet online both of those days for virtual learning. We will also have a full list of those closures running on the bottom of your screen, and we're keeping a rolling list updated on our website. Knoxville Area Transit is stopping bus rides early tonight because of this weather. CAT says the last lineup of buses will leave Knoxville Station at 10:15 tonight. Right now, CAT's going to run on regular routes and hours tomorrow as of now. Any changes are going to be updated on CAT's website. Keep an eye on their social media, and you can always look in the Transit app as well for those latest developments. Well, now with that, we want to check in with one of our field crews out in Middle Tennessee. Sounds like a party out there in Nashville, where we find our reporter Alana Mutnick. Alana, you are with a bunch of sledders out there in Nashville. What is sort of the situation right now?
Yeah, Katie, it is a little crazy out here right now. Definitely more than 100 people out here. And as you can see, people walking past me, more and more people are heading outside. There is currently a DJ booth and a DJ stand that just set up in the past 20-30 minutes, and there are hundreds of people over there just having a good time. Also, I spoke with a couple people before that were headed down the huge hill right in front of the Tennessee State Capitol, and we actually spoke with these three girls that went down the hill. As you can see up here, people are lined up waiting for their turn to go down, and they actually went down, and there was a little mishap, so we're going to take that really quick.
I was honestly just like, this is going to be so cool. I kind of thought we'd all fall out and tumble, but then we hit the curb. So Grace went on the pole, we were fine, but I hit my butt like on the curb, went like flying off, but worth it.
But it was the most fun I've ever had. I know it's probably dangerous, but it was great.
Yeah, so popped sled, but they still said that they had such a good time. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the conditions really quick. This morning we were seeing some fluffy snow, but it's changing to kind of a wetter temperature out here. Not temperature, it is turning into sleet a little bit. We are having some freezing rain. It's a lot wetter than before. And also the sled, people keep flying down. It's turning a little icy, and we actually changed locations before. So we quickly saw the roads. It is very slushy out here. The main roads near Broadway and the downtown area by the state capitol are pretty paved, but there's still a lot of slush. No ice has formed yet, but still, if you can, stay off the roads if possible. And with that, I will send things back to you.
All right, Alana, thank you for that update. Go dance at that DJ booth, I guess, because that is so funny. They don't call it Music City for nothing. Yeah, let's dance a little bit. Thank you so much. All right, now we want to check in with another one of our 10 News reporters. Emily Crabtree is in Cumberland County driving around for us. Emily, I don't hear a lot of music coming from your shot right now.
You know, Katie, we have been jamming out in here. We've been going since about 10 a.m. Eastern time, 9 a.m. Central. We've been back and forth on those times all day. But we have been driving around Cumberland County, just checking things out, and I recently got to stretch my legs for a little bit. I was standing outside, and I noticed that the ground has become really icy, and so that's what I want to show you. This road in front of us, I flipped the camera around here. We do have a rig set up so that we can have two cameras facing the road, one facing the road, one facing me, and so what I want to show you is that you can see the ice is starting to kind of pile up here on the road. We did talk about our car thermometer telling us some temperatures earlier. We had it at 21, we had it at 25. It got up to 30 at one point, and now it's starting to come back down, and that's where we're starting to see some of this ice start to form. We are seeing wetter weather, like Alana had mentioned, they are seeing in Nashville as well. We are starting to see more of that freezing rain. I was standing outside and I was trying to determine whether it was rain or freezing rain. I'm no meteorologist, and so Todd might have had to help me a little bit on that one, but the rain was sticking to my jacket and freezing. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say freezing rain. I'm not quite sure, but we are starting to see some of that icy conditions starting to come in, as you can tell with the road. And here's one of the drivers coming up on us right now. But we're going to continue to monitor the situation here in Cumberland County, and we will continue to give you updates as we go on. Katie, we'll send it back with you.
Emily, thank you so much. And we now want to check in with 10 News reporter Lauren Davis, who is live today in Turkey Creek in West Knox County. Lauren, what's it looking like there?
Katie, so I'm so jealous of Nashville and Crossville. They got snow that stuck. We are getting rain, and even though we don't have snow, I get to do this. I get to jump in puddles. Now, I don't know if it's freezing yet either, just like Emily said, but we're losing the accumulation that we did have, and it is starting to freeze on cars. I don't want to touch a random stranger's car, so we're going to show you on the news car just the icicles that we're seeing. So the rain is still coming down. Cars, not a lot right now in Turkey Creek, but as you can see on the news car, it is freezing, and there's a few icicles that I'm just gonna take off, and there's ice that's coming off. So it's showing weather is getting colder. This moisture is turning into ice. Really dangerous. So please stay off the roads. Everyone is saying stay off the roads, stay in your homes. It's cold outside anyway. Katie, I'll send it back to you in the warm studio.
Yeah, Lauren, go get inside that car, that warm car, blast the heat. Thank you so much for those updates too. Well, a group of men took some time today to hand out some warm food, drinks, and blankets to people who don't have a home. They were at Kroger on Broadway near Hall of Fame Drive for more than an hour this afternoon. They gave out some chili, coffee, hot cocoa, cookies, blankets, gloves, and a lot of other items. The men say that they wanted to do this because they want everyone to have a hot meal.
It's cold outside. And so we just took the opportunity to come out here, had some ladies at church make some chili for us, and try to help some folks out here today because we know they're going to be out here, they're going to be cold, they're going to be hungry.
Well, the men say they started doing this on cold days about 16 years ago as a ministry. They are not sure how many people they have helped in that process or even today, but their sweet gesture has definitely gone a long way, that is for sure. Okay, we've got some cute pictures to show you now over at Zoo Knoxville. The red pandas are out enjoying that snow and having a little snack along the way. This is Dr. Wallace, Mr. Darcy, and the zoo's newest addition, Kiana. Kiana joined Zoo Knoxville just over a week ago from Oklahoma City, and she is the red panda who has 3 legs. Looks like, hey, they are all getting along just great. As a reminder, the zoo is closed this weekend for the weather, but the zookeepers are there making sure the animals stay warm and safe through the snow. These are just the cutest pictures. I have a huge smile on my face, even though you can't see me. Well, right now you can watch live cameras from across the state as the winter storm continues to roll through our area. You can get our streaming app, WBIR Plus, on your smart TV and watch for free. We are going to see you back here throughout the day and night, and in just a few minutes over on Channel 10 at 6 o'clock. We will see you then. you.